5 minutes late. It's blame Lucha Underground, okay? Seriously. Who knows if it's going to return? We'll talk about that later. Welcome to another edition of the Wednesday Wrestling Popcast here on the Popcast Network. My name is Owen. Joining me, as always, is Ashley.
Yay! My time is actually going to be doing less wrestling from next week.
That's good. Maybe the show won't be like 4 hours next week.
Yeah, but then I've got to find an excuse to play roundabout every week.
All right. Well, here's
Trust me, I'll find one.
real quick. I do want to mention that I want to thank everyone that checked out last week's special edition of the Wednesday Wrestling Popcast, where we talked about Wrestle Kingdom, and it's probably the best Wednesday Wrestling Popcast viewership-wise we've ever done. So I want to thank you out there. And if you're returning this week,
viewers to match the star rating.
We got a lot more than 6 viewers, sir. That's for sure.
Good.
I was very happy with our numbers for basically talking about Wrestle Kingdom for 2 hours and then going into the regular scheduled content we have every Wednesday night. And it just blows my mind. This is how wrestling fans are. It just blows my mind that so many people actually found that podcast and listened. And like as of right now, there's like 145 views on it. So, I mean, that's like unheard of for a Wednesday show.
Mm-hmm.
And again, we've done Ring of Honor podcasts that have done over 600 views. So who knows what people like anymore. Obviously, it's not WWE. That's the reason why the Wednesday shows not only are more fun, but they actually do better in the long run.
And of course, the irony is the WWE that we talk about on Wednesday is arguably more fun than the 3 hours that we cover on Monday.
Yes, that is 100% correct. So speaking of that, if you're new to the Wednesday Wrestling Podcast, this is an amalgamation of everything that's going on in the world of professional wrestling. I do mean the world of professional wrestling. We're going to be talking about a lot of results from around the globe, as well as the normalcy here on the show, which is Smackdown Live, 205 Live, Impact Wrestling. They just had a One Night Only pay-per-view that apparently did a very low buy rate because no one knew it was there. We're going to talk about that. TNA did a myriad of tapings at Universal the last several days, and we're going to talk about that. What's going on with UFC? Yeah, what's going on with UFC, What Culture Pro Wrestling, and their KirbyMania show, as well as Lights Out, which was a special show just if you subscribe, which God knows when it's coming back at this point because we don't know. NXT, which
summer allegedly.
We'll see what happens with that. NXT, which featured easily possibly the final match between DIY and the Revival in NXT. And Ring of Honor, which once again furthermore solidifies the premonition that I said many, many moons ago about Christopher Daniels winning the Ring of Honor World Heavyweight Championship down the line. And down the line, I mean, probably this year. New Japan Pro Wrestling had, obviously, after Wrestle Kingdom, they had their New Year Dash show. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about some news. We're going to talk about perspective of people that are going in the WWE Hall of Fame this year, allegedly, and a lot of results from around the world. So all this and more tonight on the Wednesday Wrestling Popcast. So, Ashley, what happened on Smackdown this week?
So overall, it was actually pretty solid show, as you'd expect, because it seems to be at the minute.
Right.
So Dean's out first for the Ambrose Asylum. I think there's, Mitch DePlant is gone, sad face. Instead, though, we have a gate ahead.
Yeah, I saw that.
Apparently, he got at a gas station. He was hoping for a live alligator, but apparently they're not allowed. Thing is, knowing Vince, he'd fucking want a live alligator.
Yeah, I could see that.
He announced that he's going to be in the Royal Rumble. And then labels the gate ahead as Maurice. but he can't He can't interview an inanimate object. You're an inanimate fucking object.
I was waiting for that to happen.
So Dean's about to do the introduction for Miz, but Miz interrupts anyway and comes out. And Miz goes, every day you carry that title, Dean, you taint the prestige and hard work I've put into restoring the former glory of that title. And now you're going to taint the integrity of the Royal Rumble match. When the fuck has that had integrity ever since Batista and Roman Reigns winning? AKA Royal Boo.
That was a fun podcast to do.
Which one? I can't remember which.
Oh, God.
Royal Boo.
Yes.
So Miz says, right, if you're in, I'm in the Rumble. And goes on to say his title was stolen from him and the match should have been stopped due to outside interference, but coerced the referee to continue the match. And before he sues Dean and makes him incur legal fees, he'll let Dean do the right thing and hand over the title. And Dean goes, you know what? You're right. I've got something that does belong to you and I'll give it back to you. And Miz is like, oh, I'm glad you came to your senses. Yeah. Some people say you're crazy and unhinged. I say, you know, you're a sensible guy and you're going to do the right thing. And Dean gives Miz the participation award. And Dean goes, you tried. And then there's actually a you tried chant that rings out. Holy crap. And Miz says, well, people say that you're not funny, Dean, but you are funny. Throws the award at Dean. Miz attacks him. You know, Maurice holds Dean for a Miz attack, but Dean ducks. Maurice slaps Miz. Then Dean hits Dirty Deeds. Then gives the participation award to Maurice. And she takes it. Apparently. So good opening promo. Then we've got Nikki Bella walking in the back and is attacked from behind by Natalya and thrown into a gate. Why are there fucking gates in an arena? We got like a cattle thing or whatever? Are cattle sales in Baton Rouge Arena? I don't know, whatever. Nikki's holding a leg and Natalya says, oh, see you in the ring. So yeah, this goes into a match. Unsurprisingly, nothing happens. They just, you know, brawl the fuck out of each other. Referees try and split them apart. And it culminates with Natalya hitting a sharpshooter. And that's the end of the segment. That match didn't even happen. The best bit is, I don't know what the fuck that storyline is. As in, I really don't give a shit about it. Why are they still trying to do something with it?
It's a Total Diva storyline. It's done just for the ratings.
Yes, but if you notice, the main storyline for both divisions for the women is really good.
Of course.
You know, the Alexa Bliss, Becky Lynch stuff, which we'll get to.
Yeah, I'm
And in
excited
Raw's
about that.
case, the Charlotte Bayley stuff. The secondary stuff with Carmella and Alicia Fox in their love things. And then the feuds between Nia Jax and Sasha Banks and Nikki Bella and Natalya. Nobody gives a fuck about. So why are they still trying to do it? Seriously.
Some people like the Gaga, Ashley. You know that.
No, they don't.
The people that are watching Total Divas and Total Bellas that don't watch wrestling probably would like seeing stuff like that.
Yeah, but they're only watching it on the fucking YouTube channel.
Right.
It's not going to result in pay-per-view buys or
This is
network
true.
buys. So Dolph's being interviewed by I don't know what joke I'm going to go with this week. I'll say Kappa. Yeah, we'll do the Twitch Kappa thing. You can't spam it in chat though, because this is YouTube. So Dasher Kappa is interviewing Ziggler. And it's like, yeah. Let's take a look back at what you did last week. And it's basically Ziggler attacking Kalisto and Apollo Crews. And Dasher goes, after seeing those pictures, have you any response to what happened? And Dolph is just there. It's interesting. Like, the face says, I don't care, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know what came over me, and walks off without saying anything. So now we've actually got our first match, Kalisto versus Ziggler. And these guys had a pretty damn good match.
Yeah, they did.
Even though they were only given, like, somewhat a few minutes. Not a huge amount, but...
I like heel Ziggler a lot.
Ziggler goes for a very, very lazy cover. So Kalisto reverses it into a crucifix pin, 3 count, and Kalisto wins. Kalisto celebrates. I need for Ziggler to clothesline the shit out of him, punch him, bring a chair in the ring, and smack Kalisto with the chair. What is it in Kalisto and fucking chairs? Seriously. 2 straight months, chairs. So Ziggler leaves, heads up the ramp. Apollo then comes out, attacks Ziggler. Ziggler then retorts back, hits Apollo in the back with a chair, and then smacks Kalisto with the chair as well, and then goes to the back. So basically what I think the angle is he hates people that have wrestled in Japan. In which case, Nakamura, run the fuck away.
I wouldn't mind seeing Nakamura and Ziggler. That'd be pretty good.
Yeah, but if we're going on the booking logic, he's just going to get a chair in his chest.
That is correct. So I didn't get a chance to I was watching this match, and there was a lot of commentary on the internet. I don't know if you would agree with this or not. A lot of people were thinking that Dolph Ziggler might be broken. So are we going to see Brother Nick? Obviously not under that name, but that's basically what I was wondering, because I've been seeing a lot of people tweet about basically calling him Brother Nick instead of Dolph Ziggler.
I don't know. Perhaps we should call him Psycho Dolph.
Psycho Dolph?
Yeah.
Have a problem taking off his t-shirt too?
Psycho. Confuse everybody by saying Psycho Lundgren.
Wow.
So, Dasher Kappa talking with American Alpha backstage and says, are you looking forward to your match against the Wyatts?
Poor Dasher.
Right? And, Jordan's like, hey, Orton's tough. Bray thinks he's the Alpha and Omega. Delete! No. But says, with the belts, we're the only Alphas. And then Gable says, we're not just ready, willing, and Gable. We're ready to go to war. And it don't matter if you're a god, a serpent, or whatever Luke is. I was going to say Harpy, because it sounds like his name. He's a Harpy! Yar!
Oh, God.
Yeah, whatever, no matter what you are, Alpha cannot be beaten.
Right.
So now Renee Young is with Mr. Cena, because they can't trust Dasher with John Cena. because Dasher will just get his cock out on live television and wank it off. So Renee says, obviously Baron Corbin, made a statement at your expense right after last week when he attacked you, or when you were laying on the mat. So, any response to it? And John goes, Baron's on for everybody, but I need to make my statement tonight. AJ called me a has-been, and Baron agreed, but, I agree with them as well. It has been a long time since Cena has fought to prove himself. These new era chumps are running their mouth and believing all the hype, and I'm going to make a point. And AJ is going to get an early taste before the Royal Rumble. Then the Wyatts come on, and Bray says, American Alpha, I hope you enjoyed your time as champions, because nothing lasts forever. And then we get the old, I can't do it because I ain't got glass near me. He bangs on bangs on the actual camera screen as if he's banging on your television set. And knock, knock, knock. And Orton just goes, we're here. Yes! That's the proper fourth wall shit. Then we have a tag match, and unsurprisingly, these fuckers have a good match. The most surprising thing is, I don't think it did have a commercial, but it went longer than the Ziggler match did.
Right.
But yeah, it was a really nice tag match, back and forth. Mostly the Wyatts as the heels dominating, but the twist basically comes with Orton finishing off his DDT, then goes for the RKO. Harper gets on the apron, which, by the way, Wyatt's actually wrestling in this one, not Harper. So Harper gets on the apron. So obviously the referee and Orton get distracted by this. Gable hits an O'Connor roll on Orton, and American Alpha retain the belt. And then afterwards, Harper gets in the ring. Orton's yelling at him. They're pushing and yelling at each other. And Bray pulls both of them as separate and keeps them from doing anything else. And Luke then goes for a super kick to Orton, but instead kicks Wyatt. And then Wyatt, is recovering and goes between them. And Bray basically says, make me. And then Harper tells Randy to do something. Wyatt leaves the ring and Harper follows after him. So I obviously they're teasing the breakup, but I'm trying to work out what's going on. Is it a power struggle? I mean, I don't know. Did you catch that?
I mean, it could be.
Yeah.
It's anyone's guess what direction they're going to go.
Yeah. Then we get some Baron Corbin stuff, and he's saying, oh, I hunt tonight, and my prey is Cena. Yeah. It's not about hustle, loyalty, and respect anymore. It's about pain, humiliation, and annihilation. Mr. Never Give Up will be beaten up, and tonight will be your end of days. So basically, he's stealing AJ's gimmick. Mr. Never Give Up will be beaten up. Sorry, I think hashtag beat up John Cena has more relevance.
Right. Real quick before we continue, Ashley, welcome Pedro and Jeremy to chat.
Hello there, fellas. Don't know why I did that in an Irish accent.
I don't either. Oh, no.
Sheamus. Then, interestingly, we have Cena Rumble victory from '08. Is it me, or have you noticed every Rumble they've shown so far has been somebody coming back from injury?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Balor's winning the Rumble. So then Becky Lynch showing Daniel Bryan what happened last week with the whole mask stuff. And Daniel says, I want to know who this other girl is. Perhaps it's Eva Marie. Apparently this is a good fucking trend. As if Eva Marie, one, knows how to put on a mask other than a makeup mask. And two, knows how to undo a bloody turnbuckle thing. And everything she did last week. And Alexa comes in and she goes, oh, I know what you're trying to do, Becky. You're trying to get a title match due to some miscommunication. I was going undercover as the luchadora because I was trying to find out the identity of her myself. And Daniel was like, who cares? We don't know who she is. But I do know that you tapped out last week to Becky Lynch. So next week, you're going to defend that title against Becky. Except to make sure there is no interference. It's going to be a first ever women's steel cage match on Smackdown.
That should be good.
As if we're supposed to forget that Hell in a Cell happened. And again, after the match result, everybody wishes that match never happened. Becky's pleased. Alexa's pissed. Then I'm really pissed because Carmella is wrestling against the name given was CJ Lund.
Yep. You know who it was.
You know who it is.
Yep.
It was actually CJ Lund.
It was Thunder Kitty.
Oh, shit. I should have recognized her.
Yes, you should have.
What was Thunder Kitty doing in New Orleans?
That's a good question.
Or no, not in New Orleans, in Baton Rouge.
Louisiana.
Especially because I think she's in action in Ybor City on Friday.
We will be getting to that soon.
I have to look at that. But the great thing is, apparently, Thunder Kitty lost because she had to tap out to the Code of Silence.
Oh boy. It's a good finisher. It's just like I've said before, I think the finisher is better than the person.
Are we talking about Thunder Kitty?
No, we're not.
Because to me, with Carmella, the finish and the person is still work in progress.
I mean, it's a unique finish, especially given the fact that, I mean, it works for her gimmick, but that's about it. And a lot of people were talking about when the Hell in the Cell match happened, like you just mentioned a few minutes ago, Ashley. Honestly, it was a really underwhelming match.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Becky and Alexa are going to deliver.
Mm-hmm. We'll see. So then they recap Undertaker because he's on everything. Carmella's now in the back with James Ellsworth and she says, oh, I've got a surprise for you, James. And James is like, oh, I've been waiting for this for 32 years. I guess implying, he's going on a date or something. But Carmella's like, no, next week we're going on a shopping spree. So now I'm trying to work out what the fuck the gimmick is there. Is Carmella going to make fun of Ellsworth, or is she going to glam him up?
She's probably going to glam him up, to be honest.
The best, you see, they're missing a point. Carmella isn't in a feud with anybody.
Not right now.
what should be happening is we get a giant brawl in the clothes shop with somebody. But that ain't happening now, is it?
True.
That'd be the best thing to do. So Baron Corbin's now actually being interviewed. And, of course, Kappa is going, you heard what John Cena said. What do you say? What the fuck? Seriously. Can you not try and rewrite it yourself? Because, I'm guessing she was hired not just because she's got, tits. I'm guessing she's got a grain of intelligence. I think that's what Renee does. Renee gets given the script and just adapts it to make it sound normal. Kappa and Caruso. Oh, that sounds like a fucking Cagney and Lacey crime thing from the 80s. Kappa and Caruso coming to a TV screen near you. Those two, I think they're so afraid because they've only just been in the company for a bit. They're too afraid to go off script.
I can understand that.
But whatever. Baron says, John says, well, it's your time. He's always said his time is now and that he's a man of his word. Well, tonight I'm going to make you a liar, Cena. It's not the glory days, it's the end of days. Why the fuck does he keep saying that? All I think, every time he says end of days, all I think is fucking Choir Boy. Because that's the best quote from all of movies. You fucking Choir Boy. Ah! And then AJ comes in and says, it's your night, Baron. Tonight's the night. And I'm going, that's the old Raw theme. What are we doing? Don't worry, I'm going to be on commentary. And do your best AJ impression, Baron, and beat up John Cena. AJ says it. I feel it. I feel like, yeah. Go on, Baron, do it. Baron says, oh, I'm going to beat up John. I'm going, shut the fuck up. That's how much charisma AJ has. And how much Baron needs to learn how to get charisma. Because I don't feel the passion in his work yet, even though he's in the biggest match of his career so far. Which, spoilers, he fucking loses. Because of a Blue Thunder Bomb, 5-knuckle shuffle, and attitude adjustment combination. And also a tornado DDT. So I guess we now have 8 moves of doom? Probably. And then afterwards, AJ gets up at the announce desk and lifts up the belt going, I'm a champ! And then we go off. Better than Raw, but I don't think it's as good as it's been in previous weeks. Even though the matches were good, it just felt a bit too fillery, especially when you had 4 matches. Technically 5, but that whole shit show with Natalya and Nikki Bella, nobody's going to give a shit about. Nobody gives a shit.
Haven't heard that in a while.
That wasn't even the sound. That was just me saying it. So I guess we'll go straight into what came next. Literally. So it's 2:05 actually live.
Right.
I have to do that now. I can't wait till we get to the bloody UK shows again, and it'll be 2:05 not alive again. Or something.
Nice.
So we're in the ring. And Noam Dar's got the mic. Because I guess we're starting immediately with Cedric and Noam. And Noam's like, whose idea was the strawberry lip gloss? And if you think that kiss would scare me away, you should ask me why I'm called the Scottish Supernova.
Oh, Lord, here we go again.
And I'm going because you fucking love Oasis.
That's right. As he should and as everyone should.
And after I'm done with your boyfriend, I'll do you, Foxy. Thing is, this is a fucking terrible storyline, but these two had a bloody good match. That's the annoying thing. It's like, what the fuck is going on? Oh, wait, you guys put on a hell of a match.
You're really surprised, honestly. Storyline aside, are you really surprised?
No, but it's because this storyline, I expect it to suck. It's like, why are we, I expect shit matches from good storylines. I don't expect good matches from shit storylines. I don't expect it the other way around. The interesting thing is what came towards the end, because Cedric goes for a moonsault, but Alicia pulls Dar out of the way, and Alicia's like, what the fuck did I just do? And Dar hits a running enziguri and gets the win. So Dar goes in for tongues afterwards, and Alicia just slap the fuck out of you. So, I don't know. That happened. Bloody, good match, but why are we getting a good match for something as terrible as this? So now we get a video package for Akira Tozawa, and I'm going, yes!
Finally.
And Callisto says, fighting him is like being in a car crash. That's an interesting thing to say. And he'll suplex you without you knowing. You don't know what to expect. It's like a light turns on and he turns into a beast or a dragon. And that Callisto says to sit back and enjoy the ride, because Akira will take you for a ride. God damn it, I now can't think of that Sega game. I'm gonna take you for a ride. It was.
Oh, wow.
Not Taxi Driver. What's Is it like Sonic? Is it one of the Sonic games? Please tell me there's somebody else that's into gaming in the chat that knows what I'm going to talk about. Or somebody can Google search for me in chat or something. Can't even remember what it is.
That would be useful right now.
Yeah. I want to do it myself, but then I realise I've got to talk. So Brian Kendrick's out and says, I'm lucky I'm not blind from what Tajiri did last week. And Tajiri, you're a sneaky snake and a sneaky sneak. Just don't call him a sneaky snooker. Not a thing you want to say right now. The next time I see you, Tajiri, I'll choke. You will choke on your mist. And, he's in the ring with Sean Maluta and says, wow, your pedigree is second to none. And you know what? If Tajiri can beat you, you'll be lucky to last 30 seconds with me. Spoilers, he lasts longer than 30 seconds. But no, not great. I search "gonna take" on Google, and the first thing that comes up is going to take you to a gay bar. There we go. Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Want to take you for a ride. I knew it was something to do with Capcom. Or Sega. Maluta taps at the captain's hook. Not too bad a match, but you can tell that Maluta is the equivalent of Jobber. Great job he did in the Cruiserweight Classic. This is where Zack Sabre Jr. got out fucking lucky, because everybody else is either in storylines that are shit or job. Yeah, actually thinking about it, the two best people in the cruiserweight division right now are Sabre because he's not in it, and Neville because he wasn't in the tournament in the first place. That's the fucking irony, son. So we now cut to backstage, and Cedric and Alicia are in the back. And Cedric says, "What you just did, that was no accident. Yeah, and I want to know why you did it." And she's like, I don't know. And he just goes, all right, then, we're done. You can have that pervert Dar and slap him around all you want. You deserve each other. And I'm going, fuck that!
Nice.
So now we come out for parlay. Parlay, motherfucker! And we got a proper desk with like a proper sort of like lawyer's sort of desk. So Jack's obviously got his umbrella because he's a gentleman. And Jack says, "Please have a seat, Davari. Would you like some snacks? Because I think there's like nuts or crisps on the bloody thing. Like, pretty good." Davari says, "I'm just here for parlay." And Jack's like, "We've been playing silly boogers for far too long. Silly boogers!"
Oh my God, Jack Gallagher.
And this needs to come to an end. And that you, Davari, have besmirched my honor, and I am at a loss for words. And Davari goes, "Well, I am not a gentleman. I did not come here to be a gentleman. People who fight properly and politely get stomped by people like him." Davari, Regal. People like him do anything to win. You call for this to admit that you surrender. And Jack says, No. We're here to come for a resolution. And I never said it'd be peaceful. And called Davari a scoundrel. And by besmirching his honor, it will not stand. And Davari's like, I've been humiliated because I have a family name. Yeah, you already said that your brother Sean was a cunt and that you're better than him. So I'm pretty sure there isn't a family name. And Davari's like, I won't rest until you are a pasty white smear on the bottom of my boot, Jack. I'm going, wow, that's harsh on Sheamus. And Jack says, sign your contract because I've already done so. And he reads it and goes, hold on. What's an I forfeit match? And Jack goes, oh, well, it's very much like a I quit match. But the match has to end when your opponent says, I forfeit. He cannot say, I quit. He has to say, I forfeit. This will not only end the match, but end the quarrel, and you have to live the result. So, holy shit, the feud is going to end with an I quit match. This is how all feuds should fucking end.
Yes.
Because that's everybody going, we've had enough of this storyline. We quit as well. Araya signs it, throws the umbrella away. Jack takes off his jacket and tie. Davari takes off his headdress. And Jack says, I hope the Queen isn't watching. And we get the table spot and everything. Officials come to the ring to separate them, which fails. So I guess that's next week on 205 Live?
That's what it looks like.
Possibly. Or we're saving it for the Rumble. Who knows?
Now that's a possibility too.
If that was on the pre-show, I'd fucking love it. It might be, if that was on the pre-show, there might be a reason for the Royal Rumble to go like 6 hours.
Oh God,
including
don't
the
remind me.
pre-show. Because that match alone would be better than the fucking Rumble.
Oh,
An
yeah.
I forfeit match. Yes.
I'm down with that.
So then we get the main event, Swan versus Nice with Gulak. I think. But Swan, good back and forth as you expect, because this is basically an Evolve match. It's happened at least a few times there. And probably in other promotions as well. I don't know whether they took each other one-on-one at PWG at any point. They may have. But Swan got the win with a punch and his spinning back heel kick. And Swan wins. And afterwards, Swan gets on the mic and says, "There's a man who resembles a gargoyle who calls himself the king of the cruiserweights. But I'm the champ, so 205 Live is mine." Neville shows up and says, "With all the beatings I've been dishing out, I beg to differ. Ever since I've been put in this division, 205 Live has been my show." And Swans goes, "Did you not hear me, Adrian?" He doesn't say Adrian, but fuck it.
You should.
Some people don't have ears like Dumbo, like you do.
Yeah,
If you want, come into the ring and get dealt with just like you did on Raw. And Neville's like, "That is a typical ignorant American throwing you insecurities on him. I will not set foot in that ring until I get given what I'm owed." And that's a cruiserweight title match. And Swan says, "Name a time and the place, because you'll find out that you can't handle this." And Neville goes, "Really? Don't worry. The coronation will be on the biggest stage, the Royal Rumble."
Isn't that WrestleMania?
Yeah! Swan versus Neville at the Rumble. We're actually getting matches on the card that I give a fuck about. This is actually I can't say it's close to Wrestle Kingdom because it's not going to be. But the fact that already we've got Roman versus Kevin with the shark cage stuff. So that means Chris is going to be having some fun. Even though I don't like Roman, that would probably be good. You've got Cena AJ. You've got, and now we've got this confirmed with Neville and Swan. Plus, who knows what else might get added over the few weeks. The only thing that I'm fearing is we're going to get shit with Cass and Rusev again.
Yeah, I don't like that idea.
That's my only fear. This Rumble so far, at least from the 3 matches that we have officially confirmed, is looking an interesting one. That doesn't even include the Rumble itself.
That's very interesting, to say the least.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is probably one of the most star-studded Rumbles we've had in a long time.
Probably, trying to think. Probably since 2001.
God, it's crazy.
You know, the best of them all. In New Orleans.
It's the thing about this Mania that I'm sure you'll agree with, the thing about Rumble this year, what you'll understand, is the fact that there's so many guys that could conceivably win.
That's the thing. The last few years, it's sort of been pigeonholed.
Right.
Last year, you sort of thought it was going to be Triple H. Because they were trying to cover up the whole Seth problem.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So they couldn't do the angle that they wanted. The year before, you got wind that Roman was going to win. The year before that, you obviously got wind that Batista was going to win. This is the first, arguably, that this is the first time probably since I'd say I was going to say 07, but I'd say, was it? Oh, like Cena in 08 was sort of that was a surprise because of his return. I guess the one that Sheamus won, where he last eliminated Jericho, because those were two names I wouldn't have thought. But certainly, probably, as I say, it's like 2001. That was the most open. It was it was sort of obvious that it could have been Stone Cold, but there was plenty of people there. I guess to some extent, 2002. Because 2002 had Stone Cold, didn't it? And
Right.
Angle. And Triple H who won it. And Mr. Perfect.
Hey, that was awesome. I was very happy with what they did with Kurt Hennig during the Rumble.
But yeah, I mean, I'd say Chris has a chance.
Yeah.
Probably outside. But in terms of who's got an opportunity, Brock sort of on paper would, but if you know the plans, he doesn't. Same with Goldberg, but you still have to put them to him. Taker, you can never rule out.
Not now.
Strowman, I can't rule out.
I think you can now.
I don't. Because of what happened, but I'm thinking that could be a false flag.
Maybe, but we have no way of knowing.
Yeah. Because I forgot to mention that, because all I was doing was paying attention to what was being said rather than... Because I don't think they even mentioned it on commentary. Why is Braun watching this?
No, they're basically planting the seed in your mind that there's going to be an altercation between Braun and The Undertaker.
Yeah.
I just hope that's not the Mania match.
All of a sudden, it's now looking like our dream of Sami winning ain't going to happen.
Yeah, WWE knows what they can do with their hat.
I think they'll... I don't know. Sami in New Orleans would be interesting for next year.
Yeah.
Wherever Royal Rumble is.
But seriously, have it happen. I mean, having Sami Zayn win the Rumble and then in where it all started for him with the WWE storyline, obviously. Do it in Orlando. I mean, it makes perfect sense, and that's what should happen. But just as long as Owens doesn't drop the strap at Rumble, I'm okay.
In that respect, it should. If you're talking about the true origins of Sami, it either needs to be in Montreal,
right? I agree with that,
or LA, or because that's the thing. I think LA is going to be 35.
It's possible, but we're talking about it. Like we've been talking about it like offline. Scott, myself, and Whit, and the other members of the Elite, we've been talking about the fact that it's a possibility that Will's idea for Atlanta may be 35.
I think they're going to want to do the LA Stadium as soon as possible.
I mean, we'll see.
Yeah, they did so well in San Francisco that they always take advantage of new stadiums.
Right, and that makes sense to do that.
Yeah, they fucking did it for Levi's. They did it for Cowboy Stadium. It makes sense that they do it for... I mean, technically, where Mania is happening this year.
Yes.
Is it a bowl? Something bowl?
It is the Camping World Stadium. It's the old Citrus Bowl.
Yeah. the Citrus Bowls had revamped since then. Since the
Yeah,
last
that's
one.
the only reason they got it, is because they revamped their whole stadium. That and the fact that
I
WWE
think
might as
LA
well move
is
to
a
Orlando.
LA is a good opportunity, especially on a decade. That's the right word.
I guess we'll see, honestly.
Going to a big place every 5 years. 30 sort of was a bit weird, but weirdly it made sense. Because Mania 30 all of a sudden made Louisiana a WrestleMania town.
Right.
You put it on the map because of the streak going, I would argue. And because of the Daniel Bryan stuff to some extent. But we'll see. We'll have to gossip about that in about, 9 months' time? Because I guess that will leak out in about October.
I guess we shall see.
What's next?
Actually, the next thing we're going to go to, according to the schedule that I have in front of me, is we got a lot to talk about with TNA right now.
Oh, shit. This is where I am so fucking conflicted. Because Thursday and Friday were pretty good. Solid to good. Everything that I have seen that has been taped since Friday, and that includes
Tonight?
to some extent as well.
We'll talk about that later, no worries.
The majority of the stuff just looks terrible. I haven't got all the notes for...
Oh, I do.
All
don't
the
worry.
spoilers up to then.
I got all this. We're good.
All I know is Congo for tonight. That's it. So, we start off with the Anthem era. It's time to make TNA great again. Pope, Pope, you really shouldn't have said that. Hashtag golden showers. So Eddie comes out and says, I'm humbled to usher in the new era as TNA champ. Keep mind in that. Keep that in the back of your fucking mind. The fucking phrase, new era. Oh wait, now I get the bloody the sound you were making with the TNA great again thing.
Seriously. Okay, now let's just acknowledge this right away. And this is an internet thing, and I don't like this because this is like everybody's been saying this. So I'm like, I'm tired of hearing it. But I think we said it before, Ashley, what is Anthem spelled backwards?
Meh. Oh wow, Meh TNA.
Yes. That's been the thing that's been circulating around
Who needs
Twitter.
low TNA when you have Meh TNA?
One of my favorite things of the entire 2 days of Impact that I watched was the fact that EC3, God bless him, walks right up to the new owl logo and gives a big Bill Jacobson thumbs up.
Well, no, that was the Anthem logo.
I know, that's what I'm referring to.
I'm not talking about the Anthem logo. I'm talking about the Impact Wrestling logo that debuted for the pay-per-view.
Oh, yes. I forgot about that.
Ow!
But we have to talk about the TV show first before we can talk about the actual pay-per-view.
Yeah. But remember, new era. Remember those words. It's a new era.
Yeah, I know. Actually, I get the reference.
It's not like the old era. It's new era. Nothing like what happened in the past. Don't want to keep stressing that, but we'll get to it. But he wants to make it a new beginning for Impact Wrestling, and there's a surprise. And the surprise is Lashley. And says, nobody wants to hear your shit, because the only surprise is you're still champ. And I'm like, technically that match between you and him from Deletion never fucking ended.
No, it really didn't. It's still going on as far as we know.
Still going on. Wow, it ended. But we'll get to that. After all the crap that happened in Cameron, I want my rematch because I'm tired of getting screwed over. Now EC3 comes out and says, wow, you look angry enough, Lashley, that you're going to have an aneurysm. And you're looking so ripped, Eddie. It looks like you die if you ate carbs. I've just realized EC3 being so happy that Carter isn't in charge. It's not in his character, is it?
I mean, they might as well just start calling him EC3 and stop calling him Ethan Carter III.
Yeah. Or Ethan, cold-cocked Carter. Because then it's E and then 3 C's. So it's EC3. Like DDT4.
Oh, boy.
DDT4 is the, not Double Dare, but it's like Double Dare Tag Team Tournament Trophy or something.
Yes, I believe. Something to the extent of that, yes.
Yeah. So, while you were fighting in Hardy's backyard, I was watching and wanting what I want 1 year ago to the day. And that's the world title. And I want my match. And Eddie says, you want a match? You want a match? Guess what? We'll have a triple threat. Oh, by the way, surprise! It is coming. And then the words ring out. Coming next week to Pop TV, it's season 3 of Schitt's Creek.
Yeah, I heard that.
And then I realized
New era.
this new era has twinges of not new. Little did I know. So then we get Moose versus Mike Bennett, which was a bloody good match.
Yeah, it was. I really enjoyed this match.
Moose winning with the split. Moose winning with the split decision in the Bennett winning the split decision in the first. Then Moose won unanimously, I think, in round 2.
Right.
So the notes on PW Insider are wrong. Wrong. So it runs down. We actually go the full 15 minutes.
It was really good too. I like this match a lot.
Give it to Moose. But the great thing is the way, as much as I rag on that fucking gimmick of the match, because it is sort of bloody confusing, it did feel like that final round could have gone either way.
I can see that.
Which was clearly done just to build up what was to come.
Oh, yes.
So now the Broken Hardys have found Swoggle. And Matt goes, were you sent to invade Total Nonstop Deletion by your father, Mick Mahon?
Continuity about WWE in TNA.
Yeah.
Gotta love
The
it.
Swoggle goes, man, that wasn't real. I'm not actually his son. So Matt just goes, wonderful, and walks off with Jeff. And Swoggle goes to Vanguard 1 and just goes, man, we're the only normal ones around here. So fucking Spud now comes out and says, I saw you backstage, Swoggle. I don't remember what you did to me and Cameron. So I'm going to start 2017 off with a notch in the win column. I want you. Basically, this match is Spud shoves Swoggle down because he's a midget. So Swoggle spears him. Release German suplexes him.
Which looked great.
And give him a Celtic Cross. And Swoggle wins. And Spud just gets the mic and pissed. He's like, I've wasted my career here. I quit. And I'm going, it's too late to be in the bloody United Kingdom Championship, mate. Mandrews knew where the... now part of me, I know we'll get to it later. Part of me is just wondering whether Mandrews is going to win that UK thing just to make Anthem even pissed now. Not Dixie anymore. Anthem. Pissed.
Owls don't get mad, Ashley. They get even.
So Bennett finds Moose backstage and says, whatever happened, all this is crap. Forget rounds, forget the title, anything. I want you in an anything goes match tomorrow night.
Yes.
And I'm going, oh, wait. We're actually promoting the pay-per-view.
Yeah, it was crazy, wasn't it?
We're promoting a pay-per-view on 24 hours notice. Not that crazy.
Yeah, pretty normal.
And Moose is like, you want a match? All you had to do was ask, and heads off. So now Eli Drake shows up and saying like, I'm talking next. Dummy, yeah. And so Fact of Life is back. And the great thing is the fans are going, speak, speak, speak. And then it's like, did you miss me? Of course you did, because I'm Eli Drake. And the thing is, the year may have changed, but nothing's really changed. I'm back in the show that set trends because I run it. By the way, EC3, I want you to know, it's not over, because I'm not going to stop coming for you. M-word. But it's got another concern. Because, I'm the guy that creates history and sets trends. But I've got some questions for the Broken Hardys. So here come the Broken Hardys. Their Tron is now that bloody mouth at House Hardy.
Which is basically the Jeff Hardy championship title from a long time ago.
Yeah, that makes sense. That actually makes sense.
Yeah,
the
really
great
does.
Thing is as well, Rebby's playing the music with fucking Maxwell on the back.
Yeah, I like Rebby having Maxwell.
Still doesn't know what the Maxwell just looks like he's on drugs, as if to go, what the fuck is going on, son?
I can assure you he's more over than nearly anybody on that roster, as judging from someone that's been in the Impact Zone numerous times.
And Eli's like, I've got to give you credit. You did something completely different when you invited every cross-eyed heartwit around the globe and still walk out with the titles. But you didn't invite Eli Drake. I want to know, where was my invite? And Matt goes, you were invited because everybody was invited across the space of time. Maybe perhaps you were scared, like the day of new or the bucks of youth.
Yes.
And Eli's like, no, I want personal invitations. And then Jeff comes in and is like, do you need to be held and loved? Like, Jeff lost it. This gimmick is now even more incredible.
Indeed.
and that hardy, violent hospitality is eternal, and you're the dummy, Drake. So Eli's like, if you keep talking about that, you might end up in the hardy hospital. Now, I hear about the 7 deities, but there's only one deity you need to bother about, and that's Eli Drake. You didn't invite me because you didn't want me to for it to turn up into total non-stop dummy. Yeah. And then Matt goes, how dare! My magic has existed for over 2009 years. And you are about to find out what happens when you question my powers. And then Eli's like, you got time for all this? And Jeff says, we are magic. And then they walk off. And he goes, I'm looking at your belts. And, you had Delete Decay, you had the Great War, you had the Final Deletion, you had Apocalypto. But there's a pay-per-view tomorrow. I want you to defend the belts against me and a partner of my choosing. And Matt just says, tonight, the challenge is accepted, and tomorrow be delete. Yeah, obsolete. Delete. Yeah, like, what?
That was fun.
And the great thing is, Jeff gets cheap shotted, but Matt just smacks him. Eli throws him across the ring and then just smacks the dummy yeah button anyway. Like, yep, that's a thing.
You could tell he really wanted to do that whole segment.
Yep.
I don't blame him. As much as I dislike Eli Drake, I understand why he's over.
Eddie says, I'm still going to be champ. So now we get a look back at Apocalypto, including Hurricane. And then Gregory Shane Helms is backstage saying, look, as soon as I got thrown into that lake of reincarnation, I don't remember a thing that happened. But don't worry, we'll take out Decay. So they come out first, the Helms Dynasty, followed by Decay, who have got a little tweak on the entrance music, a little bit.
A little tweak. It's completely different.
All I was looking at was the visuals. Josh Matthews drowned out the music.
Okay, let me break that down real quick, since this is news, but I might as well bring it up now. This has to do with this. So the new music for Decay, a longtime TNA fans will know it to be composed by Dale Oliver. He used to do the old Total Nonstop Action theme.
They fucking paid him?
Apparently. So here's the scoop here. The recent changes were because of production choice. Anthem and Billy Corgan's settlement they had for 2016 has nothing to do with it. TNA had the choice to pay to continue to use the Nobodies, which is one of my favorite theme songs. It gets stuck in the earworm. But they declined to do so. And apparently they were offered theme songs by Sherry Shaw. During the Billy Corgan regime, they did like Ali's theme and like Marche Rockette's theme. And apparently they turned them down, but TNA changed their mind and they were using Marche and Ali's music already on television. So yeah, it's not the same music. It never will be again. I can only imagine what people that have never heard that song before think of it. I mean, not as bad as Tanahashi's music, but it's up there. It fits them as baby faces more than heels, because clearly the direction of Decay right now is to turn them into baby faces.
How? With the women's division. How?
You will see.
Basically, somewhat of a squash match with Decay winning.
Yeah.
And then the DCC attack them.
Yeah.
Heels attacking heels.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying they're trying to turn him face.
Yes, but
Whether it
there
works or
needs to
not,
be continuity for them to be face.
I agree with that, but it's Impact. I
There
mean,
wasn't any.
continuity goes out the window most of the
The
time.
last time we saw him, Crazy Steve got blown out of a fucking volcano
Yeah, he did.
as a heel.
Right.
How did they just become faces?
Because they got attacked by the DCC.
That doesn't establish anything.
And apparently, in this
Who says the
mindset, it does.
DCC aren't faces now?
I mean, it's possible, but I doubt that's the direction we're going with.
So Maria's got Ali backstage and watching the win over Laurel. Oh, you think you're a wrestler? Put your boots on. I've got an idea. And Maria's in the ring now and says, I'm looking forward to what's going to happen in 2017. So I guess that means they re-signed.
Yeah.
But there's one little gnat that we got to take care of first. And that be Ali. And nothing about Ali impresses her as she comes out. Because she's done nothing but screw up her life. I was Knockouts champ, leader of the division, and you messed it up, Ali. But I know your plan. It's got two problems. I'm smarter than you, and I own you. All this time, Laurel Van Ness, or whatever the fuck we call her, is being... She's being even worse than Tough Enough. That's saying something. So Ali's up to fight. So we get Ali versus Sienna. And this is fucking annoying me. Because I know Cherry Bomb. I know Allison Kay. They can put on a fucking incredible match.
You are correct.
Instead, they get lumbered with Ali can't wrestle. Also, Braxton basically comes out midway or pretty early on to try and cheer her on. So, of course, bloody Laurel has to come in and like do the I'm getting an angle with him and whatever. I'm kissing him, blah 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 blah. And just this fucking storyline. Yeah.
I'd really like to see Cherry Bomb be able to actually
Madison Rain,
Cherry
if you're
Bomb.
writing this, you're a cunt. Seriously. The storyline needs to be handled much better than this romantic shit. Because it's not going to get people watching. Oh, by the way, it didn't. It came back live, and I don't think the viewership was down from the bloody Hardy stuff. Even the replay Hardy stuff from last week. That says everything.
Right. So Pedro says in chat, nobody's as perfect for Decay. They're like the type of characters Marilyn Manson features in his music videos and the such. Yeah, completely. I mean, for a while, I thought that Rosemary came off very chance-like in every way possible. And I guess that would make Crazy Steve Jack, which is funny, Pedro, because if you remember in Monsters of Mayhem, before they had the Jack masks, when they would pop out of the door, Jack looked like Crazy Steve anyway. So every time that Jack would pop out, I'd be like, it's Crazy Steve. And he acknowledged me because he knew what I was talking about. Yeah, that song was great. It's great for a heel team. It's great theme music for professional wrestling anyway. It sucks that it's going away. They're kind of doing like a knockoff version. So, like, because they're trying to turn Decay face, I don't know how that's going to work. Ashley, I can say the Decay is over. After what happened with the Hardys, they basically pretty much set them in a position that they have to be baby faces now. So I don't know if they're going to go in that route or not. But if you look at the tapings, which we're going to get into in a few minutes, I think that's the direction we're going now.
Oh my fucking god, Jervis Cottonbelly's playing video games live while we're talking. I want to finish the show now.
You know very well that Wednesday shows don't go like that.
I know. Fuck TNA. I want to watch Jervis play 2K17. Ah.
We got a main event up next, and then we'll talk about One Night Only.
Yeah. Oh, thank God. Yeah, I forgot. The actual main event happened next. The triple threat.
Yeah.
E versus L. Or B. So it was B. B-E-E. It was B. It's a B movie. Where's Jerry Seinfeld? And they actually have a pretty damn good triple threat. In all honesty. Culminates with Lashley going for the belt. But Davey Richards comes. Who fucking knew? I'm pretty sure me and Owen called it 2 weeks ago.
The fact that he's been doing indie bookings for like weeks now.
Well, he pulled out of one because he was injured.
Right, and we did call this.
He was saying, bollocks, you're injured. You're just making sure you don't get injured for TNA.
Which makes sense.
And I was right.
But they didn't pull the trigger on Davey turning on Eddie, though, yet. So that's still coming.
We still got a day of taping.
I'm aware.
But Davey takes the belt away from Lashley. And Eddie hits him with the Boston Knee Party. Eddie Edwards wins. They hug. And that's Impact. Finishing 10 minutes early.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you pre-tape. That's right.
This is true. So this leads us directly to the One Night Only pay-per-view.
Ooh, yes. The live one, which didn't really have that much of a gimmick.
No, it didn't. It was a live TNA pay-per-view.
It was basically Impact, but it's 3 hours.
Yep. Hey, it's Raw.
One thing I have to add, which is very interesting for UK fans, the Impact Wrestling shows are simulcast on the UK app.
Okay.
So when they're happening at 8 in the evening Eastern, they're being broadcast live at 1 in the morning in the UK on the app. On top of that, the app also does the pay-per-views, including any live pay-per-views that they do, including the one that happened. So now all of a sudden that £5 a month, although I'd say it's still a bit too steep. If it was like free,
right?
Well, no, I'm not saying as it costs nothing, but if it was like $2.99 or $3.99 rather than $4.99, I'd say that's a much more tempting thing than $4.99 a month. Because for that, you're basically getting 4 impacts, which, after what I've seen, I would not want to pay $4.99 a month for the next couple of months at all.
Fair point.
But the fact that it's actually, because at first they were saying it would basically be like the next day or whatever.
Right.
So then all of a sudden, when it comes through, it's simulcast live. It's like, that's actually pretty impressive. The only time Challenge did that, I think, was for Slammiversary, either 2016 or 2015, where I just went, nobody watches stuff late at night anyway. Let's just show it live. Does it make sense?
It does.
So we start off with Lashley basically saying, Davey got involved in my title match. I want to kill him. So we get a Davey Richards versus Lashley match. And it was a damn good match.
Yeah, it was.
Lashley getting the win with the key lock submission after escaping an ankle lock submission. So it was like really good. This was so good. It's like I'd like to see this become a feud.
Yeah,
I
can see
guess it
that.
could happen, but I doubt it. Probably because of the angle of the storyline. Who knows? So then we've got the X Division title elimination match with Andrew Everett, Trevor Lee, and Braxton Sutter all trying to take out DJZ. Everett was the first out. DJZ cradled him. Then Trevor Lee managed to roll up Braxton Sutter with a handful of tights. And then eventually DJZ managed to hit the ZDT and retain. The thing about this is it was good, but it's like it's no different to the shit we had previously. There's no storyline in the X Division. It's just whoever's in the fucking back, fight. Which is a bit disappointing.
I mean, honestly, with somebody that has been a fan, oh no, I can't say a fan. Well, yeah, I can say a fan. Been a fan of Shima Zion's work on the Indies, knowing him personally, and following him when he was Zima Ion and now DJZ. I'm very happy that they had a lot of longevity with him as champion. He did very well for himself.
Mm-hmm. So then Edwards is trying to console Davey after his loss, but Davey's pissed because he feels like a sidekick. Dun dun dun. It begins.
Yes, it does.
And then Robbie E issues a challenge to anybody in the DCC. Sadly, it's Bram, so I'm like, well, fuck.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be Eddie Kingston, to be honest.
Bram hit a low blow and then the brighter side of suffering. No, it's okay. And, Robbie E's trying to be, like, serious again now.
Right.
Which was, like, the best part of his career. With was it the playoffs, like, 2015?
Well, yeah, and it's funny because it's a complete polar opposite of the crazy whack job he portrays on Grimm's Toy Show every week.
And the Bromans, who are now dead.
Yeah, Bromans
Thanks,
are totally
Raquel.
dead now.
Raquel is dead as well.
Yeah, she's
Slightly
gone.
more important.
Gabby
Slightly more
officially
important.
left TNA.
Sorry, Aaron. And then we get the no holds barred match between Moose and Bennett. Title isn't on the line. Who fucking cares? Because this match was awesome.
Yes,
This match was awesome. Basically, because there was so much shit going on. It was just a fucking. And this is why this title seems to be a fucking match. Because these guys did a whole load of shit. We had ladder spots, plenty, table spots, just beautiful. Bennett speared his wife. Moose then hit it the game changer. I'd call it the game breaker because that sounds more like Rainmaker. and Moose won. But yeah, it was like, it's proof that as much as we rag on TNA, these guys are actually pretty good.
They gave it time too.
NEE by the time Anthem goes out of business. Well, no, sorry, not Anthem. Impact. And then Marche Roquette comes out and says everybody's a jive turkey. And I'm like,
Caprice Coleman.
This is not fucking Superfly. And I don't mean Snooker.
Oh, God.
This isn't Curtis Mayfield. This ain't Shaft. This ain't Shaft in Africa either.
I kind of hated this
Shaft
match
in
for
Africa
good
is
reason.
good compared to Marche Roquette versus Mahabali Shera.
How's this guy still have a job? Seriously. How does this guy still have a job? After Rinka King, I understand why he got kept on. And I know they're going to India sometime this year. But that's already been announced, but we don't know exactly any details on it. So they've got to have him for that. But my God, they could have got somebody better.
And that's why I'm worried.
I don't like this guy. I never have.
If Double J is involved, all of a sudden Shera's going to be pushed.
I hope not.
Shera's going to win like the global championship.
Shera is basically the Braun Strowman of Impact right now.
So Gail Kim's here. She isn't medically cleared to wrestle, but she ain't retired. But then Rosemary comes in and says, "You're not hurt. You just got poisoned when I misted you, and you'll never wrestle again." They had a scuffle, but not really like a proper fight. So we get the rematch of sorts, I guess, revolving around Sienna versus Vanguard 1 from Bloody Total Nonstop Deletion. So Sienna's number one contender. And basically the silencer got hit, but the ref only counted 2. So Sienna was arguing, "Cue the mist!" And then the red wedding. And Rosemary retains. And, here's the problem. It's heel versus heel. As much as Decay is going to be face, Rosemary cannot be face in that division because nobody is.
I can see where you're coming from there.
That's the issue there. It's like the character of Rosemary and the tactics she's doing. It's not face tactics. Then, for some reason, I guess because of the other bromance thing, we get Jesse Goddard versus James Storm. Thank God there was a super kick and the match was over after about 10 minutes. Now, it was good, but it was like it never really connected with the crowd because I don't think they like Jesse Goddard.
That's funny because the Impact tapings I went to in October, Jesse Goddard was hugely over, but this crowd just didn't buy him at all.
Well, it's because
James Storm,
he's supposed to be a heel.
Right.
In TNA terms, he's the fucking Undertaker.
Oh, God, yes, easily.
And Abyss. They're baddies, but you have to cheer them because they're fucking legends in that company.
Yeah, it's James Storm. He is TNA. James Storm is basically the Tommy Dreamer of TNA. Well, yeah, but... No, but seriously, if you want to talk about names that you consider the upper echelon of TNA, of like history, the names you come up with immediately are AJ Styles and James Storm. and then Abyss.
Well, no, I think of
Hopefully Chris Daniels is in that
I
list
think of
too.
Daniels, AJ, and Joe, and Abyss, and probably the James Storm tag teams.
Yeah.
So
AMW
basically,
and Beer Money.
AMW and Beer Money. To some extent, Machine Guns. To some extent, was it Triple X?
Oh my God, yes. Daniels Low-Key and Helix Skipper.
Yeah.
Oh my God, yes. I love that.
Back when there was incredible matches on the stuff.
Yeah, the weekly
the guys that were having matches before Sting showed up.
Right.
And Angle. And Hogan and the Hardys and all that.
But yeah, especially in the Impact Zone, it takes a lot to get James Storm heat because he is so liked at that building. Granted, it's a different soundstage now, but in TNA, especially in Orlando, James Storm is pretty much doing no wrong. Yeah, exactly.
Afterwards, Decay attacked them and missed them. The DCC, that is. And I'm immediately going, am I supposed to now sympathize then with? And that's the thing. You've got James Storm versus Abyss. So they're heel groups led by faces, in my opinion.
Pretty much.
Yeah. You know, they basically, the reason why I say they're basically Undertaker is, remember to the shit show of Undertaker 9 months ago. You're supposed to hate him, but
right.
He's the Undertaker. People are going to cheer him. Partially because he's still fucking alive. And that sort of thing. You know. And people forget the James Storm NXT thing.
We defended it.
Because of the legacy that he's got.
Right. We defended him going to NXT, and then we defended when he went back to TNA because it was financially feasible for him to stay with TNA. He could make a lot more money for his family than staying with NXT and just maybe getting a shot.
I get it's sort of a segue, this, considering the next match, but
exactly.
the only person that's really been truly successful in both companies, I could say Angle, but that was
Christian.
Yeah, but he was always treated like
that feud with Randy Orton that lasted 6,000 years.
The only person that has really is Jeff.
Yeah, oh for sure. Still to this day.
Jeff TNA star, went back to the E star, went back to TNA star, went back to WWE again, actually got the world title, went back to TNA, had a rocky first year. I agree, Sting. I agree. And now, because of Matt's broken angle, all of a sudden he's back on top.
Well, I got another person. If you want to talk about somebody that was successful in both companies, there was literally a rocky start with something that he caused himself, but a name that comes to mind immediately is Rob Van Dam.
Yeah, to some extent. I always have to neglect that, though, because of the Hogan stuff.
Right.
It's like you have to put an asterisk by it because that was all that was all tainted and everything already. So either way, we cut to the Hardys and say, deletions are promised. And tonight, you can be Jeff Hardy again. So, unsurprisingly, that meant that the Hardys won. Eli's bloody partner was Tyrus.
Yeah. I don't get this at all.
Matt Hardy. Hang on. Let me get the music. So we got Jeff Hardy, Matt Hardy, Eli Drake, and Tyrus.
Hey, do you want to play a game now? Okay, here, I help. One of these things is not like the other things. One of these things just doesn't belong. Can you guess which thing is not like the other thing before I finish my song?
I never thought I'd say that about not Eli Drake. But he's getting better.
Eli held his own in this match. He's getting better in the ring for sure. I totally agree with that. I still don't like his personality, but see, that's a good thing. I mean, like I said before, I really think he's Ken Anderson. That's the vibe I get from Eli Drake without a doubt. But we move on.
Hang on, I need to get the proper version.
Yeah, the main event.
There it is. Yeah. EE versus ECCC, I guess. And what a surprise, these guys had a pretty good match as well.
Again, not shocking at all.
I don't know. It's just the shenanigans at the end, you know, with Lashley coming in and then Davey coming in and all that sort of stuff sort of ruined it. It could have been really, really good, but proving that this is the new era, fucking scrappy finish to a main event. We haven't changed a bloody thing.
I mean, like I said before, say what you want about the company, but being there live, it's a lot more entertaining than it is on television. That's for sure. I'm still going to say that. But you can say that about any wrestling company, really. It's always better to be there live because you get that immediate feeling of what's going on in the ring.
Mm-hmm.
No matter how high up you are in the building.
So now let's get to now let's look at tweets from Jacob Cohen.
6,000 hours of TNA tapings. Like Ashley alluded to, the final set of Impact tapings will be taking place tomorrow. So we'll cover those tomorrow. But let's go with the TNA news real quick before we get into the tapings, because I have a little bit of that. Like I mentioned a little bit ago, there is no more Raquel. She officially left.
Yes!
TNA will be taping again back in Universal Orlando on March 2nd through the 9th. Their next One Night Only live pay-per-view will be called Risk or Reward, taking place on February 17th. So,
that can't be live then.
That's exactly the wording it uses. So yeah.
So it's going to air live on the UK app.
That's what I'm thinking.
It's going to be broadcast as live.
Right.
Just like Impact. I did notice one thing in the corner, because obviously I'm getting the Canadian B because I'm not paying $4.99 a month for something that I didn't know what the quality of the product was.
Right.
Turns out, looking at the spoilers, I was right. In the first few minutes, the Fight Network feed had live in the corner, and then it disappeared and never came back.
Nice.
So I guess they just realized people know this is live to tape.
Right.
Let's not lie.
Well, speaking of that, TNA, I think we mentioned this last week. A lot was talked about last week, so I don't know if I got to it or not. But TNA is looking to be running Orlando WrestleMania week. And it sounds like they're going to be working as a cooperative effort with another promotion. So are we going to see a Global Force Wrestling Impact Wrestling taping in Universal on WrestleMania week? That is the question.
fuck.
I hope so. I'll go to that as long as it's not the same night as NXT, WrestleMania, Raw, or SmackDown. I'm totally going.
The thing is, you do know that you're going to be in a catch-22 situation if you do. Go.
It depends on what it is at this point.
No, you haven't fully established the catch-22 situation.
Correct.
You need to ask Jeff Jarrett where my gold is.
Jeff, I've been a fan of yours, followed your career pretty much since Texas and Tennessee and USWA, and I have a friend who does a podcast with me every single week, and he just wants to know where his gold is. And that's going to be the conversation. I'm now barred from the Impact Zone, except for Halloween Horror Nights.
Yay.
Actually, Pedro, if you're going to be in town or around Universal for the Impact tapings, and as long as work does not get in the way, I'll be more than happy to go with, or you can just come with us for sure. If you want to go see TNA and you haven't got a chance to do it yet, even if you have, it's still worth it. Pop TV is going to be removed from Verizon Dios on January 15th. Only for those with a customer select package. If you have preferred Extreme or Ultimate Dios, you'll get Pop TV and Impact Wrestling.
Dios de los muertos.
Oh,
it's fucking Lucha Underground invading Verizon. Oh, shit.
Okay, so bear with me if some of this is out of order, but there's a lot to go over. This is like when we talked about the NXT tapings, which I'll get to later tonight. So basically, something we also called a long time ago finally happening, but we'll get to that. So January 12th, the Impact show that's going to be tomorrow, there's a new gimmick for Aaron Rex and Rockstar Spud. Apparently, Aaron Rex is now Liberace. Okay.
Yeah. So apparently, somebody in creative watched behind the candelabra.
That's the only thing that comes to my mind.
Too fucking much.
Spud is now his valet. When this show started, Spud has a doorman suit that's powder blue. Rex has a floor-length fur coat with oversized rings on each fingers. He says, basically in a very flamboyant way, Spud has been reborn. It's not about violence in 2017. Robbie E interrupts. He gets jumped. And apparently Aaron Rex is going to be bringing up the good old Lawrence Fishburne because he's going to be using his rings as brass knuckles. Braxton Sutter defeated Mike Bennett. Ali came out against Maria, so it looks like they're going to be doing basically Laura versus Maria. So that'll be fun.
No, Ali versus...
Well, let's hope she gets to be Laura for a change, and she actually brings out a little bit of cherry bomb in the storyline since she's working with Maria.
Oh, trust me. You haven't read tonight.
I'll get to it. Yeah, no, I just copied it, and we'll get to it.
I'm gonna fucking cover tonight. Because one thing made me fucking livid.
We'll get to it. Don't worry. Rosemary cut a promo in the ring, said there's no more challengers left. Hey, she's Asuka now. And here comes Jade. She basically wants another shot at the title, and now there's going to be a Monsters Ball match between the two. I'd like to have seen this live.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like the gimmick for Rex and Spud. It's like no, and then Mia Yim and Courtney Rush having a Monsters Ball match. Fuck yes.
Oh my god, yes! I wanted to see this live. Just like I missed the freaking cage match they had at the Impact tapings the night I was at Horror Nights. I will not make that. Well, it wasn't a mistake, obviously, but I will not miss a match like that this time around. The Hardys defeated the Wolves to retain the tag belts, and there's a lot of dissension between Davey and Eddie, leading to that heel turn we've been talking about. Jesse Goddard's defeated Bad Bones, who apparently is. No, he's still. I was gonna say he's off Explosion. I was like, nope, still on Explosion. Aaron Rex and Rockstar Spud defeated Robbie, Ian Swoggle. Crazy Steve and Abyss defeated Eddie Kingston and Bram by disqualification when James Storm nailed Abyss with a beer bottle. They brawled afterwards. Jade beat Laurel Van Ness in an explosion match. On January 7th, they taped a One Night Only Joker's Wild Tag Team pay-per-view. Basically, it's the old Battle Bowl, if you're a WCW fan. Moose and Davey Richards defeated Matt Hardy and Trevor Lee. Aaron Rex and Rockstar Spud somehow got put together to defeat Bad Bones and Jesse Goddard. Eddie Kingston and Bram defeated Robbie E and Mahabali Shera. Mike Bennett and Braxton Sutter forced the team together, defeating Crazy Steve and Tyrus. DJ Z and Jeff Hardy defeated Eli Drake and Paradise, which is Jimmy Long, one of the longtime TNA producers, reprising his NWA Wildside gimmick. Oh, sorry, OVW gimmick.
That's how fucking desperate we are. Al Snow, you got your gear? Yeah, we'll fucking wrestle.
We'll get to that. Don't worry.
Oh, fuck.
Really?
Oh, no.
Well, it's funny because Twitter actually, there was a Twitter back and forth with Al Snow and the Universal Orlando Twitter feed. So I'm going to guess that even though I don't see it anywhere, Snow is a part of something. So he posted something on Instagram. Jade and Sienna defeated Laurel Van Ness and Allie. Eddie Edwards and Caleb Conley defeated Andrew Everett and Marche Rocket. And Moose won the gauntlet match to win $100,000. Yes, this check will clear.
Oh, no. Did you not see the fucking check?
No. Was it semi-pro?
The check said $100,000.
Right.
THOUSDAND.
CM Punk Grammar Nazi needs to come to your house.
About 1,000.
That's hilarious. Matthew, get on that. Please.
Just go to, if you scroll through Jacob's Twitter,
I'll look at it.
You will find it.
I'll have to meet up with him at TNA this year so I can introduce myself.
I've got the feed in front of me. I should really treat it to you.
Nice. Okay, so these matches will air sometime between January 12th, tomorrow, and the 19th. So somewhere in this time frame, you're going to see these matches. There's a race for the case match with Mike Bennett, the Hardys, Bram and Eddie Kingston, Eli Drake, Tyrus, Crazy Steve, Mahabali Shera, Jesse Goddard, Trevor Lee. Eli Drake got the red case. Trevor got the blue. The DCC grabbed the gold case, and Jeff Hardy got the green case. An explosion match. Laurel...
Hi. Jeff got the green case.
Yeah, I know. That was done on purpose.
I've just sent. I was wrong about the check, by the way. It said Joker's Wild Tournament.
Right.
Expelt tournament was spelt TOURNAMNET.
Oh my God. I will continue. Laurel Van Ness got a win over Alicia. I don't know if they're going to refer to her by this name or not, but you would know her as Alicia Edwards, otherwise known as Alexis Nevaeh, which is Mrs. Eddie Edwards and a cornerstone on the East Coast Indies. She did 2 shots for TNA.
Oh, Mrs. Eddie Edwards?
Yeah.
Nevaeh is married to Christ.
That's what it says on here. I have no idea why.
Nevaeh is actually married and has a kid with one of the Chris brothers.
Why is Twitter lying to me? Why does Twitter lie to me?
I'm pretty damn sure of that.
I mean, according to Twitter, it says she's with Eddie Edwards. And now it says, according to Twitter, that she's with Brooklyn. Okay, fine. So I read the wrong person. I read. No, there's 2
Brooklyn, bro.
No, there's 2 Nevaehs in the Indies. One is Alexis Nevaeh, and the other one is just Nevaeh.
Oh, right.
So Alexis Nevaeh is married to Eddie Edwards.
Right.
So yes, that is the right person in the story.
Why the fuck did you have the same name, idiot?
I She worked as Mercedes Steel in 2008 against Awesome Kong, and then two years ago, since it's now 2017, she worked a match against Madison Rayne. EC3 came out to air his grievances, so apparently he didn't realize when Festivus was. He wanted to invade Wolves Nation after all the constant interference. Lashley interrupts. He says, "I want Last Man Standing to be a #1 contenders match." So Lashley defeated EC3 in a Last Man Standing match to become #1 contender. Brooke Tessmacher returned to defeat Deonna Purrazzo, who most likely will not be on SmackDown anytime soon. Who knows? Maybe. I guess we'll see. Sienna attacked Brooke afterwards, laying her out. Drew Galloway returned to win the Grand Championship from Moose. DJZ was able to escape in a 5-way X Division title match, defeating Trevor Lee, Andrew Everett, Marche Rocket, and Caleb Conley. Trevor attacked DJZ afterwards, beating his leg with a chair when the match was over. Lashley calls out Edwards. They go back and forth, and he says, "Let's do a 30-minute Iron Man match." Lashley jumps him until Davey makes a save. And the show ended with 2 explosion matches. Shera over Spud and Richards over Kingston, and they had a Fact of Life that was set up, but they didn't do it after all. Like, okay, sure.
Dummy.
Yeah. So January 26th will be a Genesis show. Before Genesis started, they aired Explosion, which Andrew Everett came out by himself to face Davey Richards. They shook hands before the match. Davey won with an ankle lock. So Drew Galloway comes out, talks about his injury, missing as much time as he did. He says he's a changed man. He's doing everything for the greater good of Impact. So yeah, Simon Pegg would be proud. He challenges anyone in the back. Here comes Moose. Moose wants a rematch for the Grand Championship. So apparently the clock is on the screen from the whole time. Moose gets round 1. He gets an apron bomb. Drew goes to leave, but he returns. Moose sets up for the game breaker, and he gets a low blow accidentally from Galloway, who tried to block it. He accidentally pushes Stifler, low blow, future shock DDT, and wins. So crowd was split down the way. We had the Hardys defending the tag titles next against the DCC of Bram and Eddie Kingston, and also Decay, because the Hardys come out with Rebecca and King Maxwell, and of course you got Maxwell on the back as always. Jeff has his green briefcase. He says it might be time for Jeff to become world champion again. Matt says he has a premonition that the Hardys must acquire as much gold everywhere. Yes, they're coming after you, Jeff Jarrett. DCC music hits. They all come out. Eddie Kingston with the yellow briefcase. Storm says next week is open fight night. I'll get to that. And they want to challenge for the tag belts. Here comes all members of Decay. Crazy Steve says, let's do a 3-way, and Broken Matt agrees. The Hardys retain when Matt defeats Eddie Kingston with a twist of fate. So we get Monsters Ball, weapons everywhere, tables, Singapore canes, garbage cans, chairs, a barbed wire table, thumbtacks, and much, much more. I can't wait to see this match. Rosemary got German suplex on the thumbtacks. Jade with an STO and a barbed wire table, and then puts the table on top of Rosemary and hits a springboard moonsault. Okay. Hits a K-Rod a moonsault, and that's still not enough. Jade gets crushed on the top rope. Rosemary superplexes through a regular table, and basically when Gail comes out to check on Jade, Rosemary spits mist in her face. Yes, I want to see this now. Trevor Lee versus DJZ. Lee with the blue briefcase. He's not using an accent or anything. He's just talking normally. We have a new champion when Shane Helms passes the chair. Lee hits DJZ as he's climbing up to the top, and he pins his leg under the ladder as he climbs to get the X Division Championship and wins. So basically, he wins a ladder match. 30-minute Iron Man match, Bobby Lashley versus Eddie Edwards. Lashley gets the first fall with a murder death kill at 9 minutes. Bobby hits a power bomb on the ramp. Eddie gets counted out, so he's up on 15 minutes. Bobby exposes a couple turnbuckles. Eddie with a flash roll up for 2-1, and then the Boston Knee Party at 25 minutes to tie it up. Eddie gets the tap out with an armbar. I'm going to guess he's probably using the key lock. I don't know if the person that was doing the recap remembers. He went up 3-2. 2 minutes left. Lashley goes for murder death kill again. Eddie reverses into a submission, but it doesn't say what it is. And Lashley is not going to tap out or pass out. And because he survives, he wins to become the new TNA World Heavyweight Champion.
You see how you do it, WWE?
That's awesome.
You see how you do it?
So Brooke versus Sienna. Sienna hits the silencer and wins. Explosion. Eli Drake defeated Mahabali Shera. No surprise. Laurel Van Ness defeated Deonna Purrazzo with the curb stomp. And in the final explosion match of the night, Marche Rockette and Robbie E gets the boom drop, and match over. So
I guess there is no feast or fired.
That's pretty much what the cases were for the.
Yeah, but if you think about it, one of them's a world title, one of them's a tag, one of them's an X division, and one of them's a
grand.
Grand, yeah.
Maybe, unless one is a pink slip, but maybe
they're that desperate that nobody's getting fired.
They got rid of that gimmick for sure. So
they don't want anybody to get fired, because if all of a sudden they go, "Yeah, I'm not signing my contract," wow,
shoot firings will not happen this year. February 2nd and 9th are going to be open fight nights. Hardy's cut a promo saying they want all the tag titles everywhere. He warned the Bucks of Youth, the family of Wyatts, and the other teams. Jeff cashes in his briefcase to challenge Lashley for the title. Lashley wins with the murder death kill. Eddie comes down to the ring wanting the rematch, and he calls Lashley Triple B, which is the Bitch Boy Bobby chant that we've been using in the Impact Zone for months now. He's going to give a title match to the rematch to Eddie at a later date. Galloway cuts a promo. He wants to make the Grand Championship even more important than the TNA title. Moose wants a rematch. And Galloway's like, you know what? I was approached for a title shot, so it's going to happen. You're going to have to wait. So Drew Galloway wins a squash match over Rob Risen. EC3 over Eli Drake. So basically, he cashed in his briefcase against an opponent of Tyrus's choosing. The person that did the recap said it wasn't sure if this was no holds barred or not because a baseball bat was used and it was perfectly legal. EC3 got beat down after the match. Lights go out. DCC comes out and beats down everybody in the ring.
What if it was a BBB match?
Oh, God.
A baseball bat.
Oh, boy. So the trainer comes down, helps the refs carry EC3 to the back. He's got a bruise around his ribs. Brandy returns. Brandy Rhodes comes out, calls out Rosemary. Decay surround Brandy. Rosemary locks on a submission, doesn't say what, until Moose makes the save. Interesting. So Aaron Rex defeats Robbie E. In a couple days, they've changed the gimmick. Spud has jazz entrance music. So apparently I'm going to start calling him Sebastian Spud. Aaron Rex is wearing makeup, so I'm going to call him Boy George. Aaron Rex's official ring introduction.
Keep in mind, this is the cunt that said, "I don't need gimmicks anymore. I'm going to prove I'm a wrestler."
I know.
Throw it out of the fucking window.
Well, it gets better because apparently Rockstar Spud sings his ring introduction now. So yeah, they've taped the ring. Yeah, he's singing Aaron Rex's entrance theme. Rockstar Spud does a dry down on Aaron, so basically dries down his front and back after the match is over. And Rex was sporting some trunks that had a nude colorization to them, but now they're glittery. So there's that. Helms Dynasty cut a promo. Trevor Lee got introduced first as the crown jewel of the Helms Dynasty. Andrew Everett is the weakest link, so he gets beat down to trim some fat. Brooke over to Sienna. Brandy and Moose defeated Rosemary and Crazy Steve. Apparently, Brandy won with a missile drop kick off the middle rope. DCC won a 3-on-2 against Eli Drake and Tyrus when Tyrus got left for dead. And in an explosion match, Marche Rockette defeated the returning Samuel Shaw.
What?
We're almost done, ladies and gentlemen, because I know Ashley has some fire about the tapings that just happened tonight.
Oh, I've just seen something else. I'm even more fucking livid.
There's a show that's going to air called One Night Only Rivals. Trevor Lee and DJZ. DJZ won with the DZT. I don't know why he said DJT. So Spud faces Braxton Sutter. Sutter wins with the Haluva kick. James Storm defeated Mahabali Shira with the last call. So they bring out a microphone. Rockstar Spud comes out to introduce Aaron Rex. He says he looks Rexcellent. He says his way is nonviolence. He gets Spud to sing his name 3 times. Aaron, Aaron, Aaron Rex. Jesse Goddard takes on Aaron Rex. Spud interferes. Rex loads the fist, and it's the power of the punch, thanks to Stifler being distracted for the win. So Decay comes out. Rosemary licks a young boy on the cheek with a Decay mask. Okay. So Decay faces the DCC of Kingston and Bram. James Storm is not at ringside.
What are the Japanese people doing there?
I don't know anymore. Decay are baby faces.
Oh, different young boy. Different young boy.
Different young boy. Not wearing a white and red t-shirt either to stand up to Billy Gunn. We'll get to that later. So you know what I'm talking about. With the ref distracted, Rosemary ends up spraying Bram with mist. When he tries to bring a chair into the ring, Abyss hits a black hole slam. In knockouts action, Madison Rayne faced off against the returning Angelina Love. Angelina's a heel, but there's no beautiful music.
Oh, we'll get to that.
Drew Galloway and Broken Matt Hardy up next. Matt wins with a twist of fate when Galloway goes shoulder first to the ring post. Moose versus Mike Bennett, and Moose gets the win here. The main event was Lashley versus Jeff Hardy, with Lashley winning with the murder death kill after Jeff missed the swanton on the ring steps.
So, something I noticed because I had to head off and get my dinner. Did you notice Drew's doing a face promo and then does multiple low blows and wins the belt?
Yes.
So what the fuck is he?
Let's get to the tapings that just happened tonight.
So Explosion opened it up, and we had Caleb Conley versus Congo Kong.
That's right, Congo Kong. JCW's Congo Kong.
Yeah, but he lost.
Yeah, he did. Don't know how, but he did.
Jesse Goddard beat Kingston. The lights went out, but Jesse was taunting the DCC on the ramp for some reason. So then we get Lashley versus Edwards one last time. Eddie has to win. And then I noticed, well, I didn't notice anything because I haven't seen it yet, but so Lashley was going to use the belt, but Davey ran in and grabbed it. It's worth noting that at this point, Monsieur Jacob Cohen notes, by the way, Alexis Nevaeh's in the front row. So then we get the spot where Davey pulls Eddie out the win when he's got it match 1. Straight after this, Angelina Love, who sat next to Nevaeh in the crowd, beats the shit out of her. During all this, Lashley beats Eddie Edwards, and then Angelina and Davey beat the shit out of Eddie and Alexis in the ring.
Real life couples working together in the
Why
company.
the fuck are we doing this?
I really don't know.
Seriously. Yeah, let's break Angelina Love's neck and make sure that baby that she's just had is going to really be fucked. Oh. Oh. So, I don't know whether this has been done because of what's coming up with Ring of Honor. But apparently Vanguard 1 has been upgraded. Because it is a mechanism of teleportation. And will now be teleporting all over the world and defeat team after team for title after title, no matter what company they are in. All of a sudden, I'm now wondering, they've actually got enough fucking money.
Oh, yeah.
Are they actually going to go to the E and take on American Alpha or something? Yeah. The Hardys may use it to go to the honorable ring.
Yeah, considering the fact that the Bucks have a match against an opponent of their choosing at center stage that hasn't been announced yet, you kind of wonder now, don't you?
Yeah, they may use it to go to the honorable ring to face the Bucks of Youth or the Meek Mahan show. They touch Vanguard 1. The lights go out. They come back on. And the Hardys and Vanguard 1 have disappeared. They've actually got a fucking time machine. Take that, New Day. It's not
Bill
even
and
made out of
Ted.
cardboard.
Bill and Ted.
Yeah, but I think it's New Day as well because of that infamous angle.
God, I so badly want to see this match, but I'm going to be at TakeOver, so I'm not going to be able to, and that just bugs the daylights out of me.
The great thing is, after this, bloody Borash has said, "Oh my god, Matt's just texted me. Apparently they're in Tijuana, Mexico." I know they have done some shows in Tijuana before for one of the lucha companies.
Right.
Oh, good. Lucha Blog were following, so they tweeted, the Hardys are teaming with Ray Phoenix to take on Psicosis, Juventud Guerrera, and Super Crazy.
Oh,
I don't
wow.
think that'd be that wouldn't be the right time, would it? Then again, I don't think Jeremy Borash, if they use that Borash thing actually on the show.
You know, I doubt this happens, but we were talking about TNA looking for a company to work with for WrestleMania week. Why not Ring of Honor? And we get the Broken Hardys versus the Young Bucks for the main event. Adam Cole versus Eddie Edwards. I mean,
keep in mind,
do it.
TNA's plans are going to be at the same time as Ring of Honor Supercard of Honor.
Not necessarily.
I think one of the shows they're doing is running, or would be running, head to head with it.
Well, Supercard of Honor is running head to head against TakeOver. I don't think TNA is going to be trying to take that. Right.
It's 2 nights.
Right.
The other night is when the TNA show would be. Night 2 is the TakeOver one.
Right.
Then fucking hell, Drew Galloway is defending the Grand Championship against Mahabali Shera. Shera apparently wins the first round. Thank fuck for Drew Galloway winning in round 2. I don't care if he won heelishly. He should be fucking given a standing ovation and cheered. Because fuck Shera. Seriously.
I just do not like this character. I never have. He's Mojo Rawley to me.
So now we've got Fact of Life, hosted by Tyrus, who I think is using the same setup on his stage that he's using for the fucking... Is it Fox News that he's reporting for?
I believe so. I think we talked about that the other day.
Yeah, so Eli Drake comes out with an arm and a sling on his own segment, obviously. And Tyrus is getting the Impact Zone to chant, Eli has a mangina. Glad to see Anthem Sports respects transgender wrestlers. Not. Bloody hell. And Tyra says, nobody owns me. I'm like, yeah, Anthem. I mean, it's called a contract. Then Trevor Lee retained the X Division title, beating DJZ. And Everett makes the save afterwards from a beatdown.
And then I get my segment of the night.
Yeah, because Cody's back.
Yeah, he is.
And apparently the owl has to be named.
I'm okay with that.
And the crowd is too sweet. Yes. The fucking Bullet Club are in... Oh. No. Cody. Does that technically mean now then that Cody's part of Pacitti Club?
You know,
Because if
maybe.
it's anything to fucking do with the NWO or Bullet Club, it has to be him now?
I don't know. Dolph Ziggler's been wearing the NWO shirts on house shows lately, so you ask him.
Did you see what he was wearing on Talking Smack last night?
I did not.
Down.
So he wore the NWO shirt on Talking Smack. I know he's been doing it on house shows lately.
Yep. He wore it on the Smack.
Oh my god, this segment sounds interesting.
So Cody wants to personally thank Moose for helping Brandy out with the DC, well, with Decay or whatever. So again, Decay clearly not faces. And Cody says Moose is family to them, and is a Rhodes. Really?
Okay, Moose Rhodes.
What the fuck did Moose do with Dusty? If anything.
He saved Brandy. That's the reason why he's like family now.
And Moose says, don't worry, I'll help you out, both of you. And then Cody goes, hold on. You've got Brandy's number. Are you going to sleep together?
I
What?
don't know why Cody's doing this.
Moose
Unless
isn't
he's
a
having
friend.
fun.
Moose is a slut. It's at this point I'm going, come back Stardust, all is forgiven. Seriously, this is ruining Cody's chances anywhere.
I just think Cody's having fun now, and that's all that really matters. He's making money, and he's having fun.
Brandy's like, you are joking, aren't you, Cody? And Cody says, of course I am. Perhaps it's bad taste. And then kicks Moose in the balls.
So that match is going to be happening tomorrow's tapings for sure.
Then pulls out his gun. Mock shoots it and drags Brandy off. What the fuck is it? What the fuck is it with you guys about, oh, we've got real couples, let's fucking create tension?
Yeah, I don't know why they're doing this.
Punches the other so far up the cunt, the fist comes out the mouth. Why? This shit doesn't need to happen. It's already fucking old in the E. It's practically old in the indies. So much so that, guess what? Joey Ryan and his wife are on the same page. Candice LeRae, also I guess Candice Gargano now, and Johnny were on the same page towards the end when they were actually getting married.
Right.
Why is it all of a sudden, yeah, let's cause division between friends or partners or whatever? Let's break up fucking marriages. Just. And then the worst thing is then Jesse Goddard beats Bram and then takes out Kingston and fucking James Storm as well. Jesse Goddard is a one-man army. You're not fucking Okada, son. Seriously. Fucking hell. Then Jay called out Rosemary. And Rosemary says, Decay's done with you. And Jay's like, I ain't done with you, bitch. So we're going to have a last knockout standing match.
Tomorrow.
I guess that'll be taped tomorrow.
Yep.
Then Tyrus beats Eli Drake by DQ when Drake attacks the ref. Because he doesn't want to wrestle Tyrus. Basically, Eli offers Tyrus a raise to not beat him up after the match. And he says, I won't shake your hand, but I'll give you a hug. What? And then Ali comes out and has been instructed by Maria to come out and invite everybody to the wedding of Braxton Sutter and Laurel Van Ness tomorrow.
What?
Is this like a Bollywood fucking soap opera? Or sorry, no. Bollywood wouldn't have arranged marriages because they'd object to that sort of thing. Because, you know, it's a bit wrong in most cultures. Does this mean we're going to get some sort of like honor killing? Like traditional Indian marriages? So Ali is actually going to murder Laurel Van Ness? Or something?
I don't even know anymore. I really don't know anymore.
So then we get, I guess, an in-ring promo before the big match of Cody versus Moose. And Moose says, I don't care what club you're in, Cody. I don't care who the hell you got the grandson of. I don't care who you left in the dust. Because you will regret the day you messed with the Moose. So then Cody beats the shit out of Moose. Security can't even split them up. Now the wrestlers are trying to split them up. But that's not working. And then finally, Trevor Lee beat Andrew Everett to retain the X Division title. I was hoping the storylines would be good. And then it's just like, seriously, you took 2 steps forward with that first live show. There were some bad things in there, but I was willing to let them go for the progress that we did have. Just from everything I've seen so far, not even including what's going to be on the final taping tomorrow, I thank God it's not on my television, even as a free program to watch now. It says a lot, but it looks worse than Raw, because you know how much me and Owen have been abhorring that at the minute.
Yes, very much so. I hate Monday nights.
You know, it's annoying. Because I thought Anthem was going to be somewhat of a change. Turns out they actually think the same stuff will work. The same style writing. The only thing that's good on that show is the guys that have fucking disappeared because they touched a bloody drone. That's probably about it now. I don't give a shit about the title, especially considering he doesn't know whether he wants to be an MMA fighter or a WWE fighter, or sorry, TNA fighter. I was getting confused with Brock. Isn't that right, Lashley? Except Lashley actually is sort of respectful because he doesn't take drugs. The Knockouts division, aside from the Rosemary Jade thing, which is looking interesting, the whole Ali, Laurel, Maria shit is just, why the fuck is it happening? The X division's looking sort of promising now that we actually seem to be having one-on-one matches. Yeah, it looks like we're going to be building some sort of feud between Everett and Trevor Lee.
Yeah, which is going to be good.
Yeah, because they can do good matches. The Grand Championship, who the fuck cares? Because we've got a face champion that's a heel, but he's a face, but he's a heel.
I think Galloway. I honestly think Galloway may have re-signed with TNA. No confirmation yet, but I think he might have.
If he drops that tomorrow, we'll know.
That is a good point. Could happen. You never know.
Because you know what he'd be good at? The weekly WWE UK show.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
The tag team division seems to be, I mean, I don't know, because Decay were attacking DCC. DCC were attacking Decay. Jesse Goddard as a one-man army against the DCC. It's like, I don't know who's going after who.
Right.
The Hardys are literally in their own dimension. You know, actually now. I had hopes that the name Dixie Carter was not being associated with this company. Turns out it was. Don't get me wrong, I'll still watch them and hope they execute better. But just from what I've heard from the reports, some of the storyline angles that they're taking, it's seriously a case of it doesn't need this. If it did, we'd have told you. Now, if you're looking for stuff that looks interesting when you read the spoilers, I didn't think I'd say this after the last set of tapings that was sort of average. This week's NXT stuff looks far more enticing than anything that TNA's offered up since the live shows. At all.
Well, this week's NXT was good.
Oh yeah, because that was but what we saw tonight was the start of the three, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
The three tapings that happened last week.
Yes, and we'll get to that in a little bit. But first,
perhaps that's the problem. Perhaps that's the problem because Impact is recording too fucking much.
They have to, though.
That's the problem that they have. They have to, but in doing so, if you're looking for continuity or looking for sensible stuff, having it so convoluted in the way that it is, it doesn't really make sense, apart from the Hardy stuff, because they're their own fucking entity.
Right.
Some part of me is now wondering whether they're doing shit product on purpose because they don't want to be on Pop TV anymore. I think they're adamant that Jeff has actually got a decent TV deal. that he's always promised for years and has never come to fruition. So if we find out it's like, for Destination America, it'll be like, son of a bitch. Also, where is the fucking gold Jeff? But anyway,
Well,
what's next?
they did say that they wanted to wait for Jeff to do anything with the company, like on television, until after these set of tapings were over. So the tapings in March is when we'll start seeing Jeff Jarrett influence. Dutch is back.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if Scott D'Amore comes back. So like the old guard back in Nashville is probably coming back. Which means days are numbered for a lot of people on that roster when it comes to people that are in charge. Up next is actually going to be UFC.
Not a huge amount, because obviously there was nothing last weekend, but we have got a big fight this Sunday. But before that, the one little bit of news, except there probably is a lot of news. I'll probably go to F4W quickly to see if there's something that I missed from today. They officially confirmed this week that the March the 3rd fight night card that was set for the Friday before UFC 209 in Vegas on the 4th has now been ditched. Basically, it's just because they it's just the fact that I don't think they can get enough fighters in, really. It's worth noting that UFC 208 was supposed to be a weekend, not next weekend, but the weekend after, January 21st in Anaheim. But basically, because there was nobody that could be seen as a credible fighter or, credible enough to be put on a pay-per-view that was available, they basically just ditched the show. So they'll be going back to Anaheim instead, I think, in August. So that might be somewhere around the... well, no, because the big show's normally around July, so it'll be the month after that. So that means what was 209 on February 11th in Brooklyn is now become the 208. Don't know why I said it like that, because it sounds like...
No idea.
It sounds like the 205. LAX is back. Oh, there was a thing that came out today that Mark Hunt has filed a lawsuit against the UFC, Brock Lesnar, and Dana White, basically claiming that the defendants affirmatively circumvented and obstructed fair competition for their own benefit. So basically, he's saying that should be my win, but obviously it has to go in the books as a no contest because it happened afterwards, and he says that's lost revenue to him. To some extent, is pretty true. Weirdly, Floyd Mayweather was on ESPN today, apparently, where he countered Conor McGregor's demand of $100 million for a fight in a boxing match, with Floyd saying you can have 15 and a cut of the pay-per-view. And that Mayweather says Conor McGregor is the only person that he's interested in fighting. I've just realized if Conor managed to beat Mayweather, that'd be fucking embarrassing.
Yeah.
For Mayweather. Yeah, I'm cocky. That's the thing, though. Obviously, people have done that to McGregor before, so we'll see. Brad Pickett will be having the final fight of his career against Henry Briones on the UFC Fight Night London show on March the 18th. If you remember, Pickett was the guy that faced Uriah Faber in Faber's last match a few weeks ago. And apparently they will be airing... Spike will be airing a 1-hour countdown special on Friday, so in a day or so, basically looking ahead to the Chaelson and Tito Ortiz fight that's happening next weekend. Which now, because the UFC pay-per-view got cancelled, means Bellator has basically got no competition next week. So we will talk about that, considering it is a big fight in Sonnen versus Ortiz. But this week, UFC Fight Night from Phoenix, Arizona, at the Talking Stick Resort Arena.
Wow.
Oh, these fuckers know how to name these arenas. So on the prelim Fight Pass card, we've got in the heavyweight division Dmitry Smolyakov versus Cyril Asker, Joachim Christensen versus Bohan Mihalovic. In the light heavyweights, a lightweight fight with Devon Power 1-on-1 with Draka Klosser, and Jocelyn Jones-Lebarga versus Nina Ansaroff in the women's strawweight bout. Then on the Fox Sports 1 prelim card, 2 heavyweight fights with Walt Harris versus Chase Sherman and Olitsky Oliknik, probably said that wrong, versus Victor Pesta. There's also a lightweight bout with Alex White taking on Tony Martin. And the main event of the prelims will be Frankie Sands versus Augusto Mendez. For the main card, we've got a flyweight bout starting us off with John Moraga versus Sergio Pettis. I don't know whether he's related to Anthony. Court McGee takes on Ben Saunders in the welterweight division. Joe Lauzon, takes on Marcin Held in the lightweights. And then Yair Rodriguez versus BJ Penn, the main event. Who knows if BJ retires? Because he's getting to the age where it's like, seriously, man, you don't need to fight. Seriously. Seriously, man. Stop fighting. I don't want somebody to die. Damn it. I don't think there was... Let me see if there was anything from yesterday. I don't think there was anything. UFC. Oh, Dana White went about Mill Street for some fucking reason. Oh, apparently there was a... Okay. Daniel Cormier will be calling UFC Phoenix with John Anik. And that will be also the show where Todd Grisham makes his debut. So that's this Sunday as well. Oh. Apparently also UFC 209 will be having Tony Ferguson versus Khabib Nurmagomedov. And Tyron Woodley will be defending the welterweight title against Stephen Wonderboy Thompson on 209 as well. I think that's all there is really of note. I've just clicked on this thing. I'm getting distracted by PWG. What a surprise!
Shock surprise. We move on from UFC to WCPW.
Oh. See, what this should be called is Kirby Mania. Because apparently live, there was a shit ton of technical issues. It was like Refuse to Lose. Except this was one that they didn't show that people actually paid money for. But that still isn't an excuse for it not working. Honestly. Right. You thought they'd have learned by now. So, Kirby comes out in his suit, but quickly gets interrupted by Bully Ray, who gets heel heat by bursting one of the pink balloons. And Bully Ray's like, I don't take orders from anybody in a pink suit. So the show is becoming Bully Mania. Bully. Bully, bully, bully. I don't know why I said it like that, but bully. So, yeah, he wants a title shot, which is stupid because he's getting one already. But before... Oh, I see. They actually bring this up because Kirby was going to talk, but Galloway came out and said, Bully Ray's facing Galloway anyway next week, aka the next night. So why is he moaning? And Galloway's like, everybody's put up with your moaning and your stupid voice. And then talks about, you want to know how tough I am? I recovered from a broken neck in a couple of months. And Bully says, yeah, that was one impact you made. And then says, well, the only reason you're here is because you couldn't hack it in WWE. So then, all of a sudden, the Swords of Essex show up, and then Slater and Moss show up. So it's fucking convoluted. So I guess we've got a 6-way coming up. It's also worth noting with this, I don't know whether it was the setup from WCPW or the people that attended, but there wasn't that much crowd reaction compared to other shows. Some of it they did feel a little bored. So we had Joe Hendry versus Drake. Except within about a minute, Joseph Connors comes in and attacks Hendry. And says, I'm going to end you tonight in a no-holds-barred match. So then we get a video with Prospect watching the Orlando promo video. Yeah, hang on. We're not in the graphics. We better go to Kennedy. That's part 1. So now Amin's giving Gabriel Kidd a massage and presents Gabriel with some new gear. It didn't look, it wasn't too bad. But the match with Marty Scurll was as good as I was hoping it to be. But, it sort of didn't have the right atmosphere because of the issues. But unsurprisingly, the chicken wing was the winner. So then Prospect come into James Kennedy's room. He's apparently giving Drake a massage. Yeah, after the 1-minute match that he had earlier, which wasn't even a match. And Prospect says, are we going to Orlando, James? And he's like, no. So, they're not really happy. And then Joe Hendry responds to Joseph Connors' challenge, and he says, don't worry, I'll kill your presence in this company, Connors, once and for all. And everyone's going, seriously? Seriously. So out come the Swords of Essex with B. Priestley, who's got the world title. Except, of course, Nixon Newell's in Japan. So we got Lana Austin versus Eva Lise. And this is where I don't know what the fuck these Liverpool fans were thinking. The referee obviously checks for foreign objects. And Eva Lise has a setup where she wears full-length tights and everything. Leg tights or whatever. So obviously the ref feels up her legs and whatever to make sure that, she isn't hiding anything to try and use as a legal weapon. When he goes to Lana Austin, who's just in trunks, the crowd boo because he didn't feel the woman's ass.
Oh my God, really?
Because she might have had, some sort of foreign object in her pants. Which is a shame because, it's a good match between the two. Lana does pretty well. Eventually, though, Eva Lise gets the win with a big old kick. Worth thing to note, though, you thought Jerry the King Lawler was bad when he did Divas matches. Turns out I know why World of Sport had Alex Shane on it now with Jim Ross. Because Alex Shane is like the blockbuster video Jerry the King Lawler.
Oh, wow.
He's being that discriminatory to the women in what he's saying. It's just like that's not really a wise thing to say at all. And with respect, you should have already know that, really, Alex. You're more bothered about having some bloke off the Chase quiz show be your general manager for your actual product. Where have you? I wonder where World of Sport got that idea from, Mr. Beasley. And then we get a video saying somebody's coming January 23rd. And I'm not sure whether it's like Jeff Hardy or whether it's a new version of Coffee. It's hard to tell. Or even one of the rumors I saw was Jack the Jester from ICW, because you can't really see it, obviously. It sort of looked more like Jeff to me, but we'll see. So now Ben is backstage with Travis Banks and says, how's Pete's Dunne departure going to affect your career? And Travis goes, I was an 8-year well-traveled veteran before I met up with Pete, so I think I'll be fine without him. And then there's a promo from Joe Coffey, which airs badly. But I think they put it up like in the last day or so, actually, on the WCPW channel. And basically he says Mark is injured. He's a tag team wrestler in a lot of places, and, you pick up bumps and everything. So he's going to be out for a bit. But, perhaps 2007 will be a different year for Joe Coffey. So we're possibly doing a heel turn here. Who knows? So we get Travis Banks versus Joe Coffey. This was a really good match, as you'd expect from two guys that have been around for a bit like these two. Joe gets the win with a black coffee. Although, interestingly, Doug Williams was either I can't remember if he was watching this match or came out afterwards and looked on after the result. So I don't know what Mr. Brexit, because I guess we're still doing that shit, is happening. Then there was something with Prospect again and Drake and whatever, but the sound was so bad that I don't know what happened.
That's not good.
So then we had Kennedy. Then again, this is because they said it would be up. The proper fixed audio version would be up Tuesday. I don't know whether it's been up since I've been out this evening, but it may be. But certainly the version I saw was the Raw one, which had some, quite a few technical issues, even on the archive. So Kennedy goes into Kirby's office and he's basically wanting some sort of prospect showcase. And then it seems like we're getting it, because it's prospect of Gracie and Archer versus Kirby and a mystery opponent. Or mystery partner, I say. So, turns out the mystery partner is El Ligero. The great thing is Kirby didn't even know his own mystery partner, so that was a bit confusing because he's the GM. But he basically comes out with his trunks and a pink tie on and actually acknowledges all the technical issues, as if that's a good thing, and blames Adam Pacitti for them. And Adam Pacitti's got a new theme song as Adam Parmesan, and he's dressed as a lump of cheese. He's basically, what was it? Fucking head cheese?
Head cheese.
Yeah.
Al Snow and Steve
Adam's
Blackman.
handing out glow sticks. Then asks everybody to throw the glow sticks at Pacitti. There's one point that happened in this match that Jack the Jobber's coming out and is on the phone and hands it to Kirby, and apparently Kirby's got a call from Jennifer Aniston. What?
Okay.
Also, Lucas Archer does the worm. Apparently, the 1990s is still a thing. Now Jack the Jobber comes out and he's got some post. And Kirby opens it up and, oh my God, it's a Sable poster. And then James Kennedy grabs the poster and tears it up. So, of course, you know, that happens. But Prospect managed to hit the Flatliner STO combo after basically Kirby's distracted by the whole picture being torn up thing. So Ligero gets hit with the combo. So yeah, I get that it's supposed to be good humor and everything, but I don't think that was what to do on a show that was going to be watched by like 30,000 people live. At least I think that was the number. Can't remember. Then the great thing is we have the internet title match with Zack Sabre Jr. taking on champ Cody Rhodes. Props to WCPW. They mixed Cody's theme that he's using everywhere with the Bullet Club theme.
That's awesome.
Not even fucking New Japan did that. Jeez. Unsurprisingly, these guys had... Well, I say these guys had a really good match, but you could sort of tell that it wasn't that good. Probably because Cody had only just got on off a flight.
Yeah.
Who was fucking knackered. Now afterwards and says that, you know, he's been on a 17-hour flight from Japan to wrestle there. So he really would have a lot of jet lag. There till after the show to celebrate with the people and everything, which would have been mid-afternoon Tokyo time. So a 17-hour flight means he probably got in Thursday morning, like right before the show. So who knows?
And then he left WCPW to fly to Orlando for TNA.
Yeah. And says he's not a WCW regular, he's a WCW champ and wants some alcohol. So then we've got Bully Ray and the Swords of Essex versus Galloway, Moss, and Slater. The great thing is Bully Ray gets pelted with glow sticks and a Coke can. We're fucking... I don't know if it was a full Coke can. Seriously hope not. There was We Want Devon chants and Gilbert chants, of course, for Nosferatu. Why doesn't everybody realise that Max Shrek is the future? Nosferatu, motherfuckers. Looks nothing like bloody Gilbert. Gilbert had teeth. But it really, this six-man you could tell was sort of put together willy-nilly because it really wasn't that good. It really didn't flow that well. Not really impressed. Then thankfully it did get a little bit better probably though because it got dragged out too much. Joseph Connors versus Joe Hendry. Which is, I don't know. It's all right, but you can sort of tell the only reason it's been done is to get rid of Connors.
Of course.
So much so that once Hendry's locked on the ankle lock and Connors taps, Dave and Alex are like, wow, he's tapped. We're going. Bye. You know, it's basically like he's just won. We've had to cut the feed off. I'm pretty sure there isn't a delay to like live shit streamed on YouTube.
No.
So I don't know what that was about. Unless, of course, they're not supposed to work after 10. So that's why they just had to get it cut off. Especially because if it's after 10 and it was on a Thursday, probably would be different in terms of the legal laws. Because they're legal, you see. Ah. So yeah, it was all right. You know, we had some matches, but you know, the crowd, whether it was the sound or the fact that it was the crowd, they didn't seem that into it.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, I do have some sort of resentment for the WCPW fans because apparently at was it the Refuse to Lose show that says Minoru Suzuki was on?
Right.
The following day's FanFest in Manchester, Minoru Suzuki became Virgil.
That's crazy.
Nobody gave a shit about him. So that's my one resentment of WCPW fans right now. It was okay, but it could and probably should have been a lot better. I'm hoping that we don't have these issues for the lights out thing when it airs. I'm guessing because it's not live, it probably will be dealt with better. Speaking of, apart from the Drew versus Bully Ray match for the title, they've already said, we now have match 3 of the best of 7 series. Sorry. I just remembered what it is. Primate and Rampage are in a boiler room brawl.
Oh boy.
We ran out of ideas after 2 matches, Blompier. And more. So they have also, though, announced a few more shows. So there's going to be I think they already announced the Edinburgh show on the 29th of January. I'm guessing that's going to be in the afternoon or the evening to not clash, with the Rumble. Then True Destiny with Angle versus El Patron on February the 12th. February the 13th in Leicester. And then, and this is what worries me, they're doing live editions of Loaded. So they're doing an episode on the 6th from Northumbria Students' Union in Newcastle. Then the following week, they're going to be in London at the Coronet Theatre on the 13th. Then another Loaded live on the 20th in Manchester at the Bowlers Exhibition Centre. And then that'll be the last UK show before the Orlando shenanigans. And then they also announced April actually, come to think of it, when was that debut again? Like January 23rd? They haven't got a show, have they? Confusing. Unless that's on actually like Loaded. Who knows? They've just announced that they're going to be having another show in Newcastle on April the 29th, which will be featuring the debut in WCPW of Who's That Jumping Out the Sky?
Yep, I saw that.
Sin Cara.
Okay, so we move on from WCPW to Lucha Underground.
Gods Amongst Men. As I finish my pad, literally. So for some reason, Mr. Delgado, the mayor's lackey, is celebrating, I guess because of Cage or the Gauntlet or whatever, saying the time will be coming soon when there'll be men amongst gods, and Dario argues, it's gods amongst men or whatever, or vice versa, I can't remember. Dragon Azteca Jr. then comes in and says, I want Matanza. And Dario's like, okay. Keep in mind, I had no idea about what he was going to do about attacking you or Ray. If you remember, that's because he got knocked the fuck out by you. And Dragon says, I don't care. I want him gone. So I want a death match. So then we cut to the, arena. And Vamp on the commentary is basically saying, Mill, after what happened, don't worry, man. Your time will come. But you have to wait. Just like the mid-season finale. No. So first up, we've got Tecano versus Joey Ryan. Midway through the match, Brenda and Famous B come out and start cheering on Tecano. The mat finish comes with Joey going to the ropes to try and grab Tecano's rope little thing and use it as a weapon and whatever. But Famous B grabs it and there's like a little tug of war, so the referee has to go to see it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Brenda has a giant horseshoe about the size of your head, Owen.
Wow.
And chucks it to Tecano. Wallops him, gets rid of the shoe. 3 count. And Tecano wins via heelish methods. And Famous B is like, oh man, he's good. The great thing is, Brenda lifts up his hand and he's like, yeah. Then as soon as Famous B gets in, he's like, I don't want anything the fuck to do with you, and pushes him down. So he likes Brenda, but he don't like Famous B. And then walks off, and like Famous B is like, I've got him. And then does like the air fishing rod thing, like, I'm reeling you in. Reeling you in. Whatever that is. So now Johnny Mundo's in the ring after we come back from ads. Apparently Taya's away working on the documentary, so she isn't there. And the fans are booing Mundo, doing the, what's the thing that they say? Chuggo?
Oh, yeah. Come on, my guy.
Whatever derogatory name they use for Mundo. And he says, I came in Lucha Underground and made this company. It was nothing without me. I was the one that brought it on the light. I've beaten everybody. The club, Big Rick, and it's like, he's fucking alive? It's the first time he's been mentioned in about a season and a half.
This is true.
No one believed me. The only people that did was Jack Evans and PJ Black. And then tells him to go because he wants to say something himself. And says, Mac, you know that you can't last all night long. And I'm going, wait, wasn't this supposed to be this week? And then we're clearly establishing it's not. And then Mac does a run in and beats him down. PJ and Mac make the save, but eventually stunner to both of them. then goes after Mundo again. And as he's trying to crawl out the ring, Mundo grabs the mic and goes, "Security!" And out come all these security guards to break it up. Only for all the security guards to either get stunned or thrown out the ring by Mac. And the mic and Mundo's managed to leave the title there. And Matt gets on the mic and says, "Don't worry. Soon I'll be champion, but that don't matter to me. The most important thing is I'm going to whoop your ass. And I'm going to make sure I whoop it all night long." So, yeah, mid-season finale. We're not entirely clear when it's coming back in terms of date. And we're doing build-up to a match that isn't even happening next week. It's something you'll have to remember in 6 months.
Nope.
Idiots.
Not likely.
So now Cage is out with the gauntlet. Doesn't wrestle with it, sadly. Taking on the debuting, allegedly, Veneno, which is Venom in Spanish. Which spoilers, probably is. And, Cage, it's a relatively quick win, power bombs him and whatever. And then Cage gets angry at the ref for taking his gauntlet. Because basically the ref goes to him as if to, give it to him so he can put it on. And he's like, "Don't take that. It's mine." Then all of a sudden, Sexy Star runs in and just gets a mic and goes, obviously in Spanish, "It was you!" And gives him a shining wizard and says, don't ever think of doing that again. So I guess we've now established that the guy with the spider on his mask and called Venom was the guy that apparently delivered the spider to Sexy Star.
Well, that makes sense.
Where the fuck is Peter Parker? Oh, wait. He's called a luchador. So now we got Puma training backstage, remembering what Mill did to Conan and what Mill did to him. And then Katrina appears from nowhere and taunts him, saying, after dying, you're not the same. You keep hearing your voices, seeing the visions and whatever. And Puma says, "That's true, but there's one bit that I don't get. And all I see is blood and pain. But it's not my blood. It's Mill's." And Katrina's like, "I see that dream too. Only it's not his blood. It's yours." Fucking disappears. It's like, what? Okay. I guess. And then he's so fucking pissed, he just uses his bloody ninja sticks like he's... was it Raphael that had the two scythes?
Yeah.
Basically like that, except the scythes are sticks.
Mm.
And he hits the training bag so hard, it moves 2 meters off its hook and slams into the wall. We're doing B-movie shit again. No, I don't mean Jerry Seinfeld. So now, death match! Dragon Azteca versus Matanza. Pretty good. It's a brawl that happens most of it in the ring, but towards the latter part, it goes up the stairs, and we get some stuff on the balcony. There was one crazy bit where there's like some sort of crane hook, I think, hanging in the warehouse, or it looks like a crane hook, because I don't think it shook that much. So much so that he basically did Dragon did the shooting star press off it, basically, onto Matanza, which was pretty impressive. It then went back to the stairs. And fucking still can't believe this happened. Matanza grabbed Dragon and chokeslammed him off the stairs through the wooden floorboards, supposedly to the concrete underneath. And the referee called for the match. Even though technically Dragon wasn't dead. So how the hell was it a death match? Although I will say, when he slammed, some black smoke came out. So I don't know whether Lucha Underground was trying to elect a pope. But I know there was black smoke. Not blue smoke either, or pink smoke. Like a volcano. So after this, Ray comes out of nowhere and is looking from the steps, like checking on him. You know, Matanza, who's now gone back in the ring and celebrating with Dario, sees Ray and it's like, you. And he storms through the crowd, beating the shit out of people in the crowd. Because he wants him. He wants him that bad. And they fight the fuck out of it. They fight the fuck out of each other. Go up to the top. They do loads of like teases of crazy spots and whatever, power bombs. Smacking him against steel gates and fences and whatever. But eventually culminates in Matanza sort of going for a spear. I guess hopefully through the steel gates and onto the roof of, I guess it's one of the rooms. It certainly wasn't Dario's office because it wasn't in the right space. But Ray managed to lift him, flip him over his head, and of course, because Jeff Cobb is that fucking large, he went through the roof and down to the floor. Inside. And Dario was like, stop it, stop it. Rings the bell and says, everybody out the temple. Get everybody out. Everybody needs to leave right now. And then, of course, I was thinking, that's an interesting ending, but no. This is Lucha Underground. So you know what happens.
Of course.
Except this was very, very weird in a lot of fucking senses. Very, very weird. So, Melissa Santos is outside, apparently at the back door, thanking and whatever, and signing autographs. And somebody from afar is watching her in the shadows. And it's Marty the Moth. And then all of a sudden, I think he's either taken or we get a flash forward. And so he's somewhere in some, like, I guess, room in some building, tied up and gagged. And the light flashes on. And it's Mariposa, the sister. And she goes, you have done a good job. Maybe that means you've seen the light. The moth's found the light. He's found his true calling. And then she smacks the light or whatever, and like she was walked off, disappeared, sort of thing. And then, as if he's sort of like Bray Wyatt, except without a rocking chair and tied up with rope, he's going, I did good. I did good. And all I'm fucking thinking is, why the fuck are we doing an incest and rape storyline?
Wow.
I don't know when the show is coming back. Supposedly, it's the summer. In which case, it could be around 4 or 5 months that you've got to wait for Lionel Richie. Because
Okay.
I was actually hoping tonight's show was the fucking all night long match. Because I would have entitled the show, Can You Handle It?
Wow.
And then just wave at somebody called Swan. So yeah, that est Lucha.
All right.
Time being.
Lucha will lead us into this week's NXT.
I'm jealous. You watch this.
Yeah, I did.
Do
So
we actually start off with a parking lot brawl?
I mean, not that I didn't get a chance to catch the very beginning of it. I had my computer on mute, and I didn't realize that it wasn't started yet. So yeah, that happened.
Yeah, basically, from what I've heard,
There's a video of Billy and Peyton attacking Asuka outside the Full Sail parking lot.
Yeah, because the last time that happened, Kenta never wrestled for a year.
Yeah. Oh, before this happened, TV tapings before it went live, and Angelo Dawkins and Montez Ford defeated Adrian Jode and Cesar Bononi. This led to, I was so torn in this match, Ashley, to say the least. My girl Peyton Royce, that I'm very much enjoying daily, and Billy Kay defeating Macy Evans and Macy Estrella, and the ultimate when it comes to women's independent wrestling for me, it's Crazy Mary Dobson going under the name Sarah Bridges, her shoot name. So they get the win with the double team, the forehead into the knee combo on Mary. Peyton cuts a promo, says they're the most dominant force in the NXT women's division. Asuka comes out, she gets beat down. Here comes Nikki Cross. She saves, but then she attacks Asuka.
So
that's happening in San Antonio.
I've got a conspiracy theory here. Asuka's injured.
I think it's possible.
And they're covering up by having her in a multi-person match.
I like this match, honestly, for what it was. When Mary got tagged in, she went crazy. One of the really cool spots she did was she did like a hard Irish whip into the ropes, basically like a whiplash effect.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was really well done. Peyton with the distraction and the face buster finished it. I mean, it was short. So this is building to the match, obviously. We get Elias Sampson comes out. And, of course, after a tune, he faces off against Jonathan Cruz. He wins with the Crossroads. Or the Last Rites, depending on who's calling your match. It was okay. We get a really stellar match, a really solid match that lasted way too short. Andrade Cien Almas and Oni Lorcan. This match was really good. Good stuff. Almost broke out the Tranquillo. Is that how it's pronounced?
Yeah.
Just to mock Lorcan. I thought that was cool. It got to the end. One of the spots was he went for a flying guillotine off the ring steps. Thought that was cool. Almost avoided it back in the ring. Hit the Alabama Slam into basically an Alabama Slam buckle bomb. So like a whiplash buckle bomb, which looked really cool. Basically, the referee's distracted, almost with a cheap shot, hits the hammerlock DDT, gets the win. I don't mind this. Other than the fact that almost when his gear looks like a Chippendales dancer. That's a problem. He could be one of the American males at this rate. Or, again, Jesus Castillo. Well, Aguilera, not Castillo. Jesus Castillo at WWF many, many moons ago. Thank God he got rid of the wife beater. He mocks the crowd for not understanding Spanish. Irony given the fact we're in Florida. And he goes after Roderick. He said he wants Roderick Strong. So, yes, please. Tom Phillips does a short interview with Shinsuke Nakamura. He basically says he's proud to be champion. He puts over his matches with Joe. He puts over Bobby Roode. He says he's good looking, has good clothes, but he's not strong, and he's not going to win the title. Apparently, Bobby Roode gave Tom Phillips his ticket stub from TakeOver Dallas, where Nakamura debuted, and we'll get the contract signing next week. Main event, quite easily the final match between the NXT Tag Team Champions DIY and the Revival. It's DIY and the Revival. Come on, you really can't turn this down at all. Ciampa gets the hot tag, and he gets a running knee strike for a near fall. Revival get a blind tag, and Ciampa with the armbar. Gargano breaks it in. Ciampa gets dumped to the outside, and Gargano looking for the slingshot spear. Ciampa makes the save, and Dawson gets shoved to the outside. Dash goes to the outside, and they finally fight back in the ring. DIY looking to end the match, and eventually they end up knocking the Revival into each other, which they're basically like Dash and Dawson are kind of like hugging in the center of the ring. And they hit the knee strike super kick combo, and they win. I like this. I'll give credit to 411 for this line because I probably could have came up with this if it was 12 o'clock in the morning. But yeah, they basically went down Thelma and Louise style. They went down together. Afterwards, oh boy. Afterwards, the poor man's Pretty Boy Killers came out with Mr. Personality Paul Ellering, and they hit the power bomb into each other, and then the power bombs, and they basically posed with the belts, and so yay, that's dumb. Regal books the match for TakeOver. Asuka comes out, says she's going to defend her championship, and Regal asks who it's going to be against, and Asuka's response, all of them. So we're leading to Asuka, Peyton, Billy, and oh god, long day, Nikki Storm at TakeOver. Yes, please. Good show.
Right. So Asuka basically went, "Who do you want?" All of them. Yes, I found the segue.
Oh my god,
Fuck you, Lucha.
That does work quite well. So NXT taped the rest of the Full Sail tapings. I got those.
Yeah, the other 2 weeks.
A match that was not aired last night that will probably air next week, or it might have been a dark match. Nikki Cross defeating Kennedy Brink. Actually, it's next week.
Will air.
Yeah, it should air next week.
Establish Nikki as an actual wrestler.
Right. Roderick Strong over Steve Cutler. Ty Dillinger comes out to cut a promo about leaving 2016 with a big question mark. He can only let people down so many times, doesn't know if he has it anymore. He says, "Am I still a 10? Here comes sanity." Eric Young says Ty never had it, but he could if he joined them. Wolf offers the jacket. Ty throws it down. EY says it might feel wrong, but he tells him to join anyway. EY says he needs to be clear that he's not asking, and Ty shows 10 fingers, and he gets laid out. Here comes Big Damo. He hits Ty, and apparently, according to what the reviewer that actually got to see the taping in person, yeah, Damo's still using the Ulster Plantation. So the One-Winged Angel is in NXT.
Except he's not called Damo.
I'll get to that. That's in my news. Don't worry.
No, because it's relevant.
Okay, fine. Then I'll get to that real quick. So it was announced recently, a lot of name changes. I can just might as well nail this right away. So real quick, Big Damo officially is going under the name Killian Dane. I don't have a problem with that name. That's actually not bad.
No, that sounds menacing.
It does sound menacing. Tommy End is now given the name Aleister Black. That's okay, sure. I might as well throw this in here while we're here. WWE reporting to repackage a lot of NXT talents. Wesley Blake, Buddy Murphy, Steve Cutler, Aaliyah, thank God. Riddick Moss, Tino Sabatelli, so the tag team will be repackaged. Dan Matha and TM61. But apparently Shane Thorne is going to get knee surgery because he got injured during the tapings that we're going to talk about in a minute. So he'll be sidelined for a couple months. They were supposed to feud with the Revival, but that's now been put on hold with the injury.
Damn it.
But I'll get to the rest of that later. Okay, so we continue with Ember Moon over Liv Morgan, because God knows we need another Liv Morgan match on my television. Nakamura and Bobby Roode contract signing. Bobby Roode took some shots at Nakamura. He said, you have catchy music, but you don't have, basically put down his accomplishments. Nakamura said, Roode looks like a Shiba Inu dog.
Shiba!
Yeah. Aaliyah over Mandy Rose. Don't know why Aaliyah is still winning or why she's on television, because she's not ready, but we'll see what happens. Noe Jose over Kona Reeves. Elias Sampson comes out and plays him a song. So we get Elias Sampson and Noe Jose, it looks like. EY defeated Chris Atkins, which Ty Dillinger is announced as Eric's opponent at TakeOver. TM61 over the Revival, and that, of course, led to the injury to Shane Thorne that we talked about a minute ago. William Regal came out and announced the championship will be a fatal four-way with Asuka versus Billie Kay, Peyton Royce, and Nikki Cross. They all stared down. Asuka and Nikki stared down. Asuka attacked Billie and Peyton. And then all of them fight. Asuka hits a spinning heel kick on Nikki, but Nikki ends up diving on her and the security guards from the top rope to end the segment. Interesting. And then we had the main event, which I'm still not exactly – I think this will be the TV main event, and it makes sense for it to be the TV main event. But this is the match that I really wanted to see. It was Tajiri and Nakamura taking on Samoa Joe and Bobby Roode.
To me, that just feels partially like it could be dark.
It could be dark, but after the match was over, some very familiar music from a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away played. And out of nowhere, a very familiar Titantron came up on the screen saying two letters, K-O. And yes, from the very back, the return of Cassius Ohno. That's right, Chris Hero is back in NXT. He gets in the ring, he points at his elbow, he points at the NXT Championship, and he leaves. That's how you make an impact.
He shows the elbow.
Yes, he does.
Just holds up the elbow and then just like blows a kiss. And then it's like, yep. I don't even know if that's television.
I'd say it's going to have to be at least Hero coming in. I guess they may have to do it.
All I know is, as long as this
match.
results in the tag team of the Kings of Money.
Oh, I like that idea.
Yeah, Rude and Hero sitting in a tree. WINNINGTHETAGTEAM. Titles.
Well, like I said before, and I said this to you when we talked about this with, I think we mentioned it like at the last second during our Raw podcast because the news came out. But one of the things I said to you was I'm torn because in Orlando at TakeOver, I know I'm going to be there. What's the better of the two? Do I get Nakamura Rude 2 or do I want to shoot for Nakamura Hero? I think I win both ways.
Nakamura Rude 2.
Huh?
I'm sort of wondering whether it will be Nakamura Rude 2.
We'll see.
I'm conflicted.
Speaking of NXT, some information on Samoa Joe, something we've been talking about for a while. He's been off television for quite a while. Basically, it looks like there is a very good chance at this point that it's going to be leading to a final call up to the main roster and a big push leading to WrestleMania. Samoa Joe is at this moment penciled in for a top match at the event. Joe may be debuting at the Royal Rumble as a surprise entrant and have a big showing. Probably a Kane type showing, if I had to guess. That would be the reason why Joe has not appeared at the last set of tapings. That and the fact that so that's rather interesting. That's NXT news. Do I have any more? I do not have any more. So this leads us to ROH for this week.
Which started off with a recap of the first of the Decade of Excellence. I think that's what it's called, isn't it?
That is correct.
The tournament between Daniels and Briscoe, with Daniels winning. And Daniels said, "Man, I had a dream of what wrestling would be in 2002. One of the men they saw in that role was Daniels, and his destiny was to become the champ. People wonder how he can go at the same speed in 2017, and that's because excellence does not expire." Holy shit. Keep in mind, he will be 2 weeks before his 47th birthday on the anniversary show.
Right.
If he wins, he becomes the oldest Ring of Honor champ ever.
And it will happen.
He's only 6 months older than Jericho.
This will happen. I've been saying this for years. This is the time to give Christopher Daniels the world title. No matter how long he keeps it, it's time.
If you believe what was said on Bruce Pritchard's podcast, Daniels was supposed to be the higher power back in 99.
I totally believe that because we said that was what it felt like, what it should have been.
That's why he did the fallen angel fucking angle.
Uh-huh.
Sometimes.
I'll finally have a premonition come true.
We started off with BJ Whitmer versus Jay Briscoe in the second of the first round matches. Pretty good match. It's going to be with veterans like these guys. So it's, it's not like, it's not really,
Whitmer's really underrated in the ring and always has been.
Yeah. Jay gets a win with the Jay Driller, because you have to always say it like that. Thanks, Kevin. And then Whitmer gets the mic and says, "It's written that one must be sacrificed. Next week we finish this." Bye, Steve.
Yep.
So now we've got Silas Young and the Beer City Bruiser versus the fucking Beaver Brothers of John Silver and Alex Reynolds. Of course, Silas and the Bruiser do not do the Code of Honor and all that stuff. These guys have a good tag match, mainly because I can't say Silas and the Bruiser are a great tag team, but obviously Reynolds and Silver have been around for quite a bit as a tag team.
Right.
But yeah, Bruiser hits an earthquake splash, and Young with a jackknife cover on Silver. Oh, sorry, no, because Silver got kicked off the apron, so it would have been Reynolds. So Silas gets on the mic afterwards and says, "We've been looking for the third man." And after seeing, looking for the third man. It's either, okay, now is where do I play the Ziva theme? Or do I put Bobby Heenan going, who's the third man? After seeing the new 6-man tag titles, perhaps there is one guy who might be right. And one guy that could be the perfect fit. And Bruiser says, I got a surprise for you. And out comes Bo James. And Silas says to the Beer City Bruiser, Bo is a no-nonsense type of guy like us. You know, he can get hit and he can hit back just as hard, if not harder. Bo likes to have 10, 20, maybe even 30 beers after the shows. I know what you're thinking, Bruiser. He's not the guy. And then they attack him. Okay. Whatever.
Sure.
So then we get Cheeseburger, Will Ferreira and Joey Diego versus Taven, Orion, and Vinny in a non-title 6-man. Not too bad a match, but eventually it's TK Orion with a thumb to the eye and a pump handle tombstone to Cheeseburger, followed by Vinny hitting a swanton and Taven hitting a frog splash. I wonder where they got that idea from, Bucks. Bucks. Sorry, I keep saying Bucks. I don't know why Bucks. So Kingdom won it. They then re-show the Matt Hardy video that happened after the Young Bucks won, except we see it properly. So Matt and Nick come out, and Matt says, sorry for losing my voice because I was screaming so much joy after signing the most lucrative contract in Ring of Honor history. You know, final battle when we beat the Briscoes, we became the best tag team in the company's history. But when they were celebrating, the lights went out, and Matt appeared on the screen and said he was coming for us. And the thing is, us two spot monkeys, we can't be broken, and we will not be deleted. But then the lights go out, and then a drone appears. Vanguard 1. And the Bucks super kick the fuck out the drone.
That was amazing.
And then your main event for this week, Colt Cabana versus Chris Sabin. Pretty solid match. It's a shame we had the ending that we did, but it made sense because the boys come out to fan Cabana, and Cabana like swings at them saying, yeah, get the shit out of here. And Sabin gets the tornado small package. And Chris Sabin wins. Cabana's out. The feud between Cabana and the, oh my God, I've just realized something. Is it going to be Colt teaming up with Silas and the Bruiser to take on Dalton Castle and the boys?
It wouldn't surprise me.
And then Dalton and the boys win, and then they win the 6-man tag titles. Because nobody gives a shit about the Kingdom anymore. Unless it's got Adam Cole or Mike Bennett in it.
So we've got...
It's called the Kingdom. But there you go. There is all. What about?
News to end this segment for ROH. Kyle O'Reilly losing the Ring of Honor Championship to Adam Cole at Wrestle Kingdom. Basically, his contract expired right before the show, and basically he has been taken off the website at this point. He is not on the Ring of Honor website anymore.
He's not advertised for Atlanta on this weekend now.
He is not.
He got pulled off that as well.
So we'll see who's teaming up with Jay Lethal now, because that I don't think that's been announced yet.
Yeah. We go to the Newts. Lethal is teaming up with Bobby Fish.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so we'll get to that in a minute. I don't know what that means, so I guess I got to get this information here, because the last taping list I saw had different matches. So Okay, here we go. So, Ring of Honor this weekend, Center Stage, Atlanta, Georgia. Basically, might as well be at 6:05 Eastern because that's exactly what it makes sense to be. Basically, the main event: Bobby Fish and Jay Lethal taking on Adam Cole and Cody Rhodes. Colt Cabana will face off against the Boys in a handicap match. Women of Honor tag match: Kelly Klein and Kennedy Brink team up, take on Sumi Sakai and Faye Jackson. Marty Scurll will put the Ring of Honor World Television title on the line against Juice Robinson. Decade of Excellence semifinals: Jay Lethal versus Jay Briscoe, and the winner faces Christopher Daniels in the finals. Punishment
Spoilers,
Martinez.
I'm guessing that's going to be Jay Briscoe.
I want Briscoe and Daniels in the finals. Yes, absolutely. Punishment Martinez and BJ Whitmer against War Machine, which is probably one of the last times you will see War Machine together for the foreseeable future. Silas Young taking on Bull James. Plus, the Young Bucks will face off against a tag team of their choosing. The Kingdom are in action. Mark Briscoe, Frankie Kazarian, Hangman Adam Page. The Rebellion, the Beer City Bruiser, Donovan Dijak and Jay White. Leo Rush, the Pretty Boy Killers, Keith Lee and Shane Taylor. The Tempura Boys, Cheeseburger and Will Ferrara. It's going to be this Saturday night, 7 p.m. Center Stage Theater.
One, did you?
I have all those matches already listed.
No, but the fact that the Daniels versus Jay match is also happening.
Well, right now it says if, according to the ROH website, Jay versus Jay, and the winner faces Daniels in the finals.
Yeah, which is the same night.
Yeah, so that's what I said. Daniels will face the winner.
So this weekend, we will find out who's taking on Adam Cole.
Christopher Daniels and Adam Cole. Yes, that will happen.
Somehow I fear it's going to be Briscoe.
I don't.
I trust me, I want it to be Daniels, but I fear it's going to be Jay Briscoe.
I just don't see it. I'm not saying it because that's what I want. I'm just saying it because
No. The obvious choice is Daniels.
Yes.
But I'm just fearing that, Ring of Honor does stupid booking.
Well, they also just signed Daniels to a very long contract to where he's probably, I can't say he's necessarily going to retire with ROH whenever he does decide to retire, but I mean, he's going to be there for the long haul. So they said that there are big things coming for Chris Daniels. So I think this is it. Daniels and Briscoe have a classic match in Atlanta this weekend. Daniels wins clean. There's a handshake after the match is over. I mean, it writes itself.
Mm-hmm.
So that's ROH this week. A few more tidbits before we end. Obviously, we're at the news segment of the evening. So let's get to all the regular news. WWE has signed Vic Travaglianti to join their announced team. You would know him as one of the voices of House of Hardcore.
Oh.
He's gonna be called Vic Joseph. He'll start with the company soon. He worked as an announcer for the Cleveland Brown Network and CBS in Cleveland. He was along with Danny Doring, the lead announcer for House of Hardcore. It sounds like he's going to be on NXT, so he's going to be working with good friend of the Popcast Network, Mike Rome.
Are you fucking kidding me? They're getting rid of Tom Phillips.
Well, he's on the main roster now, so I'm guessing that's the reason why.
Yeah, but is he on the main roster? He's more like a host than he is a commentator.
Well, this guy obviously knows his stuff. I mean, he's pretty much, like I said, he did the House of Hardcore stuff with Danny Doring, so I mean, he's got experience. At this point, if I had to look, I can get in WWE, but I don't. So basically, the reason why New Orleans is WrestleMania's site only 3 years after it was for 30, it's because apparently the city is having a tricentennial. And New Orleans pitched the idea to WWE that WrestleMania would be a big part of it. So that's what sold WWE on it. No, a lot of cities were under consideration for Mania, but none were able to offer that kind of promotional push.
Mm-hmm.
Says the voice I hear in the back of my head, apparently. WWE bumped the Hall of Fame ticket on sale date. It was set for this week. It's now going to be the 20th.
That tells me, because they want people to go,
Yep.
something's going to get announced.
Yep, that's what I'm thinking. Speaking of that, so P. Windsor announced Ravishing Rick Rude will be in this year's Hall of Fame class, along with Diamond Dallas Page. This makes me very happy. These are several names that have been discussed thanks to Brian Alvarez about the Hall of Fame this year. Nothing confirmed yet, but these are rumors, heavy rumors, and I can see a lot of these happening. I can see all of these happening. William Regal, Christian, both Earthquake and Typhoon, the natural disasters, which means, yes, not only will John Shark Tenta be in the Hall of Fame, not only will Fred Tugboat Ottman be in the Hall of Fame, but yes, Ashley, the Shockmaster is a WWE Hall of Famer now, by proxy.
Fell on his fucking ass.
Yeah, he did. Thanks, David. Obviously, Mike Rotunda, under his IRS gimmick, is also listed. Big rumors about Chyna being the female inductee this year. I think that's a good possibility. Andy Kaufman being the celebrity inductee would make sense, but I think they'll save that for LA. Honestly, that makes the most sense. And the Warrior Award, obviously going to go to Elijah Mainville, Drax Shadow, which makes perfect sense. And I think there's no other person I can see getting it. So on top of the Hall of Fame, some I say tragic news, but some bad news for Paige. Apparently, she's not going to be back in a ring until at least after WrestleMania. She won't be until the summer, so she may make her return at SummerSlam potentially. Her neck status is touch and go. They're letting it heal perfectly before she can start even taking bumps again. She was backstage at Raw in Tampa for a brief moment, basically talking to the officials about her neck injury. So we have some confirmation on, not necessarily complete confirmation, but it sounds like we have some idea confirmation for WrestleMania matches. And this is something obviously that pertains, that I could take personal knowledge for. Right now the plan is Charlotte's going to defend the women's championship. It's not going to be against Bayley, not singles at least. Apparently it is a 4-way with Bayley, Sasha Banks, and Nia Jax.
What the fuck?
Because they have to make me mad at my first WrestleMania. Thanks, WWE. Speaking of that, making me mad, the John Cena Undertaker match is pretty much off the table now. Vince changed his mind, and it sounds like it's going to be the Undertaker and Braun Strowman at WrestleMania. But that may change down the line as well. There is a tease, obviously, that was put out about the Undertaker facing Braun.
Yeah, that's interesting.
But
Famous you, Dave.
Yeah, as Dave has said,
it's not Braun.
As of this moment, it's not going to be a title match either.
Does that?
That means only one thing that I can think of, and unless it's somebody different, another person that they want to face the Undertaker is Roman Reigns. And they said that he's not going to be challenging for a world championship at WrestleMania. He is going to be challenging for a championship. So my guess is the Undertaker versus Roman Reigns for the U.S. title at WrestleMania.
Well, there was another one that was being bandied about, and that's Balor.
Well, Balor doesn't have an official opponent yet, so he's still up in the air. Roman's up in the air. Cena, AJ, Ambrose, they're all up in the air right now. It sounds like Brock.
What's it called, his character again?
Oh God,
The Demon King?
the Demon King, yeah.
The Demon King versus, the Dead Man.
It seems too much like fantasy booking at this point, but I mean, I know there was a point. They said the Undertaker could be challenging for a championship, but it's not going to be a world championship. So the first thing that pops to my mind is the Undertaker versus the U.S. champion, which ends up being Roman Reigns. Other matches announced, well, not necessarily announced, but other matches that sound like they're pretty much set in stone. Brock and Goldberg, but that may end up going out of Fastlane. Triple H and Seth Rollins, Big Show and Shaq. It sounds like it's going to be Chris Jericho and Kevin Owens. Hopefully that's for the Universal Championship. Knock on wood. And that's what we have as of right now. So the WrestleMania card, not looking great, but hopefully it gets better. So obviously a couple of names got bumped out of the United Kingdom title tournament, including Tucker, Jack Stars, Chris Tyler, Ringo Ryan, and Tiger Ali. The WWE announced the ring announcer for the tournament, and that's going to be Andy Shepherd.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, obviously, being an American, I have no idea who that is, but I'm guessing that's something that somewhat matters because he sounds like he's a TV personality in the UK.
No. I'm guessing he's a British wrestling personality ring announcer. Might be one of the announcers for like Southside or trying to think which of the promotions. Could be Southside, could be Preston City Wrestling.
So
Kids Fight Club.
Pedro says, I don't think WWE wants to see NXT kick its big event again like last year. If we get, like I said, if we get Hero and Nakamura, then, I mean, I'll put that against almost anything that WrestleMania has going for it. So I don't know if TakeOver is going to be bigger than Mania, but usually it is. So we'll see what happens this year. Tournament brackets for the tournament. It's going to run 2 days, this Saturday and Sunday. It'll be shown on the network at 3 p.m. Eastern, and I think 8 p.m.
8 p.m. UK time, yeah.
UK time.
Replaying it. I think they're replaying it afterwards as well. Basically delay, but then they're showing it again. No, I think they're actually, when they show it at 8, they show it again afterwards, I think. Certainly when it comes to Sunday, they're showing them back to back. So they're showing night 1 right before night 2.
All right. So the tournament brackets are as followed. Tyler Bate versus Tucker. Jordan Devlin versus Danny Burch, because he's going by his NXT name, obviously. Trent Seven and HC Dyer. Wolfgang versus Tyson T-Bone. Mandrews versus
I'll keep going through the rest of it. I'll speculate when we get to it.
Mandrews versus Dan Maloney. James Drake versus Joseph Connors. Pete Dunne versus Roy Johnson, and Saxton Huxley versus Sam Gradwell.
We might be getting an ICW rematch in round 2.
Seven and Wolfgang.
I would argue with Wolfgang and Trent Seven.
I almost guarantee that's going to happen.
I don't know whether they put Tyler Bate through, because I think they might be trying to push Danny Burch.
We'll see.
So Tyler could get knocked out there. On the other side, Mandrews and Maloney. I feel sorry for Maloney. Mandrews will win the tournament because, yeah, look what you lost, TNA.
You're going to see Impact versus WCPW second round is what it looks like.
I mean, I'd say Connors, but I wouldn't rule out Drake. Drake is a good talent. Pete Dunne's probably going to make it to the semis.
Most likely.
He's he seems the strongest out of the four there. I don't think they want it to be too heavily, because the thing is, if it goes on what I want to say, it's like it's the WCP. Oh no, that'll be the fucking snub, wouldn't it? All four of the WCPW guys in the semis.
Wasn't surprising.
Oh, I don't think so. I think Andrew will probably get through to the semis. I think the four will probably be Dunn, Andrews, Trent Seven, and Danny Burch.
That makes sense.
That's probably the most likely four.
I think
where it
Burch
goes from there, I don't know. Obviously, I'm biased. I tell you now, if I bother to do fucking inserts with the bloody camera on the thing, I will be wearing my Mustache Mountain t-shirt when I'm watching Sherlock. Hoping upon hope.
My finals is Danny Burch and Pete Dunne. That's my finals. Because if they're going to push Burch that high, they're going to take him all the way to the end, but he's going to lose. I think Pete Dunne's winning the tournament.
Yeah. I
think that's
I
logical.
honestly think they could give it to Trent, and it's also possible. Make ICW look stupid for not giving him the title at Fear and Loathing. Then again, the way they booked that was fucking impeccable.
We shall see.
Yeah.
So
this weekend,
FIP had their Everything Burns event on January 8th.
Are we talking about that one first?
Yeah. It was all about trying to figure out who Uncle John was.
Style Battle was the night before, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't have the Style Battle results right now.
Don't worry, I have. So for the first round, we had Dave Chris beat Darby Allin, Desmond Xavier beat Sammy Guevara, AR Fox beat Austin Theory, and Anthony Henry and Fred Yehai went to a time limit draw. So AR Fox gets a rest. Then we had the semi-final with Dave Chris beating Desmond Xavier. Then we had the Fray, which Jason Kincaid won.
Ooh.
And then in the finals, Dave Chris beat AR Fox. Even though he had wrestled one more match. Clearly it helped because he won. So then the following day, I don't know if it was the same building. Not sure. Everything Burns. Ring of Fire. Hey, I'm trying to... Do you want to go through the results for that one?
Yeah, we can do that. So throughout the night, wrestlers were trying to figure out who Uncle John was. Teddy Stigma defeating the American Viking and Alexander Rudolph, Anthony Henry, AR Fox, Austin Theory, Billy Barbosa, Darby Allin, Dave Christ, Desmond Xavier, Jason Kincaid. That's interesting. Sammy Callahan, Sammy Guevara, and Su Yung by retrieving the contract. He'll get a shot at Fred Yehai later on. We had Rudolph defeating Barbosa by pinfall. Desmond Xavier and Sammy Guevara over Ohio is for Killers. They went to a no contest. The OI4K team this time around, Dave Christ and Sammy Callahan. No contest between AR Fox, Jason Cade, and Jason Kincaid. Why would you book two guys with similar names?
It's also worth noting that Callahan said that he, Christ, and Darby Allin know Uncle John.
Ah, yes, I didn't see that in the notes here. Aria Blake defeating Priscilla Kelly. Austin Theory over Anthony Henry. Martin Stone defended the Florida Heritage Championship, defeating John Davis via knockout. The Hooligans of Devin and Mason Cutter defeating Drennan and Perro for the FIP World Tag Titles. Fred Yehai successfully defended against Teddy Stigma via submission. And Uncle John's friends, AR Fox, Darby Allin, Dave Christ, and Sammy Callahan defeating Desmond Xavier Jason Cade, Jason Kincaid, and Sammy Guevara.
Oh my God. I've just worked it out. You know why they're Uncle John's friends?
Not off the top of my head.
Hang on. Where is it? Oh, helps if I didn't turn the sound off.
Jesus!
John Zandig.
They're all CZW.
Yeah, they're John Zandig's friends. That makes sense.
And remember, they did say, you know, if you're a nervous disposition, do not buy the show. So there you go.
Fair point.
Apparently, he's all their uncle, so he's done a lot of fucking, Zandig.
WWN Live.
Jesus.
WWN Live announced some of the roster for WrestleMania weekend. Timothy Thatcher, Tracy Williams, and Fred Yehai, Drew Galloway, Zack Sabre Jr., Matt Riddle, Ethan Page, ACH, Darby Allin, Chris Dickinson, Jaka, and Jason Kincaid. That's all we have as of right now. More information on WrestleMania weekend for WWN Live. Check out morethanmania.com. Shine will have an iPay-per-view, Shine 40, this Friday night, so tomorrow night. Ybor City at the Orpheum. FlowSlam.tv if you want to watch it live. Evil East defending the Shine title against Lufisto.
Mm-hmm.
Shine tag belts on the line. Santana and Raquel defending against Thea Trinidad and ACR. Amber O'Neal and Kennedy Brink. The Challenge Series will start off with match 1 of Allison Kay versus Mercedes Martinez. Rachel Ellering versus Chelsea Green. Obviously, no one's using
Rachel, murder her.
No one's using their TNA names, obviously. Leva Bates against Candy Cartwright.
I'm sort of thinking Lever's going to be Jasoning,
Wouldn't surprise me.
considering, you know, it's Friday the 13th.
Yeah. Xander Bale against Ariel Monroe. Molly Osaka versus Brandy Lauren. And a 4-way fray with Sue Young, Jamie Jamison, Jessie Bell Smothers, and Angel Rose. Fun fact, I have choked Jessie Bell Smothers with a tie in front of Tracy Smothers.
Take that, fucking Daniel Bryan.
Yeah, they did that before. That was funny. That's the reason I was doing it too. WrestleMania weekend. So let's talk about the Royal Rumble weekend now. We talked about WrestleMania. Let's talk about Rumble. So the Rumble weekend in San Antonio, the wrestling events. So River City Wrestling at the Turner Club in Kirby, right outside of San Antonio, on January 27th. Jeff Jarrett will take on the will challenge for the RCW Championship against Michael Faith and Brandon Groom. Katie Forbes defending the women's title against Santana Garrett. Swoggle versus Paul Titan. LAX teaming up again. Hernandez and Homicide against the Arrow Club versus adorable Anthony Andrews and Joey Spector. Bushwhacker Luke versus a mystery opponent, and appearances by Jim Ross and Noel Foley.
Fucking hell.
What the heck? Ring of Honor.
Sorry. That Shindy with capital fucking Shindy.
Yeah. And this brings us to January 27th, Friday night, Evolve 76 on Flow Slam. Chris Hero will face off against an opponent of his choosing, which hasn't been announced yet. Tracy Williams and Fred Yehai put the Evolve tag belts up against Evolve champion Timothy Thatcher and Jeff Cobb, so that match is finally going down. Zack Sabre Jr. versus Ethan Page, Matt Riddle versus ACH, Dustin versus Jason Kincaid, Peter Casa versus Jaka, plus Darby Allin and Chris Dickinson, and more. Evolve 77 at 2 p.m., airing on Flow Slam as well. Chris Hero's final match against Zack Sabre Jr. before he moves on to NXT full-time. He's been doing NXT house shows lately, so he's going to officially go into the roster after this. Timothy Thatcher puts the Evolve title up against Jeff Cobb. Matt Riddle versus Dustin, no DQ. Fred Yehai takes on ACH. Tracy Williams versus Laredo Kid. Ethan Page, Darby Allin, Jason Kincaid, Chris Dickinson, Jaka, Peter Casa, and more. Of course, Saturday is NXT TakeOver San Antonio. And the 29th at 2 p.m. is Ringside with Jim Ross in San Antonio at the Improv at the San Antonio River Center. If you want more information on this, call area code 210-229-1420. There's a VIP meet and greet at 12 p.m. Doors open, general public at 2. Start time at 2:30. Tickets can be purchased, rivercitycomedyclub.com. And, of course, Sunday night is the Royal Rumble from the Alamo Dome.
Wow, didn't know that.
Which may be an interesting thing to be covered on the network. We'll get to that another time.
Shall I cover the news and results and I keep calling it fixtures as if it's fucking sport. Because turns out we've got 2 lots of Dave. Double Dave this week, so which means no Dave next week. Unless he posts it up early.
Then we'll end on Japan then, because that'll be the last thing we talk about after Dave.
We'll end with that. A few notes from Japan which aren't substantial in terms of like stuff to do with the dash, really. Tokyo Dome drew 26,000 tickets, roughly paid, and somewhere in the region of 35 to 37 in total in the building. Which the building number's much further up than it was last year, although the paid was only up about 1,000, so not a huge amount of difference. Apparently, do we know that John Gaborik still is in creative? Still, I'm guessing it would be, because that's why this writing's so shit.
As of right now, yes, but Dutch is coming in, so I have a feeling John is probably going to be on his way out soon, if I had to guess.
So you know how the W show last week at the end, with the Killer Cult attacking Phoenix. Turns out Homicide, when he said his shit, made some gay slurs and used the cunt word. Basically, AAW said they wanted him to cut a promo to build up a cage match and gave him bullet points, but obviously he did the verbiage. Which obviously they weren't happy with. So when he went backstage, he immediately apologized. On Twitter as well. And they felt that the interview was embarrassing and alienated some of their fans. And some of the kinds of slurs have no place inside a wrestling ring. One of the owners, Danny Daniels, apparently told Dave that basically the show derailed when the ring broke, which the clip is now on AAW's channel. Basically, Chris went so hard against the top rope, one of the buckles just snapped away. And it just collapsed. So basically, he wanted to end up with faces making the save. So I had Homicide make the save and told him to do an emotional promo. And that while he didn't script it for what he said and doesn't condone it, he takes the blame and apologizes for it as well, and that sexual preference slurs should not be used at all. ACH will be working more regularly with Evolve, so not just that WrestleCon thing or whatever that we talked about. Jay Lethal, Bobby Fish, Hangman Page, and Daniels have all signed new contracts. Obviously, we talked about the Daniels one. Apparently, the Lethal one is a 2-year deal, and Fish did sign with Ring of Honor, turning down WWE, apparently.
Yep. Talked about that last week.
Ring of Honor is expecting both O'Reilly and Rowe to leave, and that just about everybody else seems to be staying. The belief, though, is that Adam Cole could be going to the E in May, but is not allowed to even negotiate with them until May the 1st. And also, none of the contracted talent were allowed to negotiate with anyone until January the 1st. So, and as Dave says, clearly half of this shit went down before January the 1st, with like O'Reilly. So there you go. Rosie Agara, who runs Stardom, has said that they are working on doing business dealings with Ring of Honor. Basically, the 3 girls that you saw in Lucha Underground might be in Ring of Honor soon. Ooh, yay. Goldberg has signed a free pay-per-view deal on his new contract, which will basically be Rumble, Fastlane. Have they said could it be Strowman on Fastlane? Do they think?
It's possible. I mean, right now it's Rumble, Fastlane, and Mania, so he can face Brock all 3, but they're setting up matches with Strowman. There's definitely an idea to do something with Kevin Owens. You can do something with Chris Jericho.
The key thing as well, though, he will be doing a lot of TV between probably the week before the Rumble and WrestleMania. He's going to be on a lot.
Hold on 1 second. Pedro asked, I don't know if you know anything more about this. Ambrose rumored to be putting the IC title up in a multi-man ladder match.
I mean, if that's going to become the annual tradition at Mania, like it has done, for the last 2 years, it's been like that, hasn't it?
Right. So, but I know that it seems like they're setting up Ambrose teaming up with Renee against Miz and Maurice. And I can honestly see them doing that too.
Yeah. Who knows? Not entirely sure on that one, Pedro.
Right.
So the John Yernay thing.
Yeah.
So what seems to be unclear is whether he was injured before or after the thing. That's the other issue.
Everything
also,
I've seen
the
is
fact that WWE wouldn't cover the cost of injuries, because obviously he's not really a talent. He's just been brought in to do a one-off job. So some people in the Chicago scene were also unhappy because they thought it would reflect badly on them and also Prince Mustafa Ali as well. So it's a bit unclear what's going on there. Also, with the Foley thing, apparently GoFundMe's was set up and he told them to be shut down because he didn't want anybody donating. So that's a thing. Something we didn't mention earlier, the UK tournament stuff this weekend, live on the network. It's going to be Cole, it's going to be McGuinness, and apparently it's going to be Balor as well. So that's going to be an interesting 3-man team.
Yes.
Shame it won't be Regal, but you still got a lot of experience there. Plus, I think Balor probably would have wrestled at least half of the people that he's facing. Or he's faced half of the people that are in the tournament.
That is true.
Regarding the women's tournament that was supposed to be possibly starting this month, basically because of the UK tour thing, even though apparently it's been planned for a year, the women's tournament network special is now being tentatively put to start in May.
Yep.
Let me just scroll down to get the indie results and whatever. But while I do that, let's turn to today's brand spanking new news from Dave. Kenny Omega's New Japan contract expires at the end of January. We talked about that on Monday.
Yep.
The belief is he's been offered a 2-year deal. Some believe he signed it, but it's not confirmed. He's denied it himself, basically saying that he's just weighing up the offers and thinking about what he's going to do. Wrestle Kingdom ended up a major success for New Japan. No shit. They picked up more than 10,000 new subs to the New Japan World Service in a 24-hour period just on the day of the show, bringing the total to about 60,000. So that means a 2-year-old business just had a 20% increase in 24 hours. And on top of that 10,000, 5,500 came just from America. And the total number of subscribers outside of Japan is about 8,500 to 9,000. But that is the rest of the world, obviously. Also, regarding web traffic in the New Japan World, from September through November, 64% of people watch from Japan, 21% from the US, 3% from Australia, and 2% from UK. However, from December the 8th to January the 5th, so basically when they were doing all the Tokyo Dome stuff and all that stuff.
Right.
I said stuff a lot. It changed to 42% Japan from 64 and 35% America from 21. Australia went up from 3 to 4. The UK went up from 2 to 5, and Canada also had 2% as well. In terms of some Mexico stuff, CMLL's US TV deal on Azteca America will expire shortly, so that's probably dead. Elite's going to be starting back with TV tapings in February. They are considering booking Plaza Mexico instead of the Arena Ciudad for Triple Mania because of the interest that they believe that they've got for the Psycho Clown versus Dr. Wagner Jr. Mask versus Mask match. It was the site of the very first Triple Mania in '93 when Conan faced Kien Callas in a retirement match, which Conan lost due to interference from Jake Roberts, so ended up coming out of retirement.
God, I remember that match.
Pero Guerrero's hair versus Mask of Mascara Anno 2000 match, which legitimately drew 50,000 fans and is still record attendance for a Mexico show. Basically, they think they can get at least 40,000, so that's why they want to upgrade the building. Things remain not looking strong in Pro Wrestling Noah as they're struggling to replace Suzuki Gun. They went somewhere. Oh, wait, we'll get to that. Now, this was the interesting thing. Obviously, we talked last week about how they're doing the G1 preview shows in Long Beach.
Right.
Did you see what Takagi Kidani, the New Japan owner, said?
No.
About why? Quote, "The reason why we decided to go to America is what WWE did to us 1 year ago. I'm really frustrated. That's the reason." Fucking war, son!
Oh, boy.
Fucking war! Some new details apparently regarding the Alberto stuff in Austria. Apparently they're in a club after the December 30th show and were scheduled to be driven to Vienna at 2:30 in the morning so they could get to the airport for the flight. But Alberto was having such a good time that he asked the promoter if he could stay an extra day and celebrate New Year's Eve in Austria and that he'd use his air miles to rebook the flights for himself and his brother, and the promoter agreed. At some point later, there was a misunderstanding between Alberto and a 26-year-old Austrian, resulting in a scuffle and punches were thrown. Guillermo then saw his brother in a fight and joined in, not knowing what the situation was. He said the other person wasn't hurt that badly, but was bruised up, so taken to the hospital. Police were then called and were taken to the station, and Alberto was upset. But nobody knows exactly how the fight with Guillermo started because they were both talking Spanish to each other. The belief is that basically Guillermo was trying to calm Alberto down, and Alberto got mad about it. Don't calm me down, man. Yeah, fight. What? Apparently the story that Alberto knocked him out was exaggerated. He did, though, rip through the zip ties that were put on him, but the ankle shackles apparently were on his wrists and not his ankles. And that finally calmed down. There was a back of a chair broken and blood splattered on the wall. Guillermo was taken to 2 different hospitals and then took a train to the airport and went home the next morning. Alberto took a cab to the airport and went home. Once everything calmed down, the police were really nice to Alberto. Part of it may have been because the promoter's wife is a policewoman and the promoter is somewhat of a local celebrity. The police actually asked that when Alberto comes back for the show, if they could have him come to the police station and meet with them and take photos with them under better circumstances.
Wow.
Also, when someone's taken to the hospital after being hurt in a fight, the hospital is required by Austrian law to press charges for assault, but that would obviously be no problem with Alberto returning, and he's scheduled to return for a match later this year. As for the promoter, you get his name, if I can say it, Chris Raba. He had mixed feelings as the old school part of him thought he got a lot of publicity. And in the end, the star wrestler was portrayed as a tough guy in real life in the local media. BJ's Whitmer signed a new deal with Ring of Honor after rumors that he could be going to the WWE as a trainer. Several of the people whose contract expired with Ring of Honor are now working on a per-date basis. There's very little different with TNA. They've got the same talent in the same positions as it seems to have been in for months. Television wasn't bad, nor was it good. It felt like the same spinning of the wheels going nowhere, and throughout the show, all I kept thinking, this is Dave saying, by the way, not me, although some of the stuff I do agree with, as you've already heard with me ranting. All I kept thinking was the saying about how the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. When I see modern pro wrestling and sports entertainment, there are things that are working and things that aren't. What TNA's been doing for years hasn't been working, yet this TV show is exactly the same as far as feel and look. It's taped in the same place. It was all the same guys. The only difference is there was no authority or no Dixie. They never used the name TNA except for the closing graphic, which listed Anthem Sports and Entertainment and TNA Wrestling Production. The push was for the name Impact. When the show opened, Josh and Pope put over Anthem and talked it about as a new beginning, which is funny because that's what New Japan are having in a couple of weeks. In terms of Rumble weekend, it might not be good because there's not that much secondary market buzz in San Antonio compared to Toronto. Secondary market tickets for TakeOver start at only $25. And tickets to the Rumble are only $40. So, it's interesting. There are long-term plans to follow the UK tournament concept and do possibly an Asian tournament and also a Latin American tournament. While this can all change, the Terry Taylor class at the Performance Center, which is the one to groom people who are being considered right now for main roster spots, are Nakamura, Almas, Alexander Wolf, TM61, Itami, Ciampa and Gargano, Hero, Sampson, and Dillinger. The next group, meaning right now but not imminent, but would move up into the top group once the other people have disappeared, would be Sabatelli, Moss, Damo, Authors of Pain, Tommy End, Roderick Strong, Dan Maffa, Tony Lorcan, Wesley Blake, Buddy Murphy, Scott Dawson, and Dash Wilder. Bobby Roode doesn't train at the Performance Center as his deal is different. Nor is Eric Young, Samoa Joe, and Dave believes Austin Aries. All the TNA guys are training in a separate fucking place. That's interesting. WWE cancelled its March 18th date at Madison Square Garden as a favor to the building officials because Madison Square Garden is going to be hosting the Triple G fight. Gennady Golovkin, who's like the big in prime. I'm not sure what weight he is. I think he's heavyweight. I'm not sure. But he's facing Daniel Jacobs that night. So basically, WWE pulled out, which hopefully means they get a good date. Perhaps that means Madison Square Garden, as a favor, might let them do a Raw or SmackDown live from Madison Square Garden. Who knows? Let's fucking hope so. Those who started this week full-time in Orlando are 3 wrestlers from China who aren't listed. Mustafa Ali, Davari, Drew Gulak, Tony Nese, Tajiri, Mary Kate Glidewell, which is Andrea from the Florida Indies. So that's why she left Shine. They chose her? Heidi Lovelace, Kimberly, Julie Real, a model, singer, actress with a martial arts background. Chris Hero, and also Coach Johnny Saint. Yes! Johnny Saint and Drew Gulak. My mind fucking explodes. They're looking for new gimmicks for TM61, although because of the injury, there's not very much rush for it.
Yeah, we brought that up a little bit ago.
WWE scheduled to release a DVD called WrestleMania Monday is Raw, which is basically going to be built around the highlights of the Raw after WrestleMania.
Nice.
That's interesting. Amazingly, the second most watched show of the network this week was Bring It to the Table, despite all the criticism it got for not actually being a talk show and just being propaganda. Because that's what it was. So, with the indie stuff, some results. Rev Pro. It's worth talking about this because quite a lot of these guys are going to be fighting this weekend at the UK stuff. So the Rev Pro London Cockpit Show from Sunday. Rob Leas beat Dan McGee. Josh Bodom, victorious over Eddie Davis. Josh Wall and Curtis Chapman beat the Revolutionists of James Castle and Charles Samuels. Dave Mastiff, victorious over Tyler Bate. Trent Seven beat Zach Gibson. Charlie Sterling and Joel Redman retained the Rev Pro British Tag titles against the London Riots of James Davis and Rob Lynch. Zack Sabre Jr. beat RJ Singh. And then we had the six-man tag match of Marty Scurll, Pete Dunne, and Travis Banks beating Shane Strickland and Ryan Smile and Will Ospreay, who are also known as the Uptown Funkers. Forever! Fight Club Pro had a co-produced show with Attack Pro Wrestling from Wales, entitled Wrestle House. We had CCK of Chris Brooks and Kid Lykos beat Mark Andrews and Ryan Smile. Splits McPins beat Killian Jacobs. That's where they got the name from.
Possibly.
So, turns out there's actually a Attack 24/7 title. So, Clint Margera beat Drew Parker, the champ, in an actual scheduled match. So it was a title change. Then Shea Purser came out and pinned Clint Margera, so we had another one. Then Omari beat Chief Deputy Dunn, which I think that is Damian Dunn, which is Pete's brother. Dan Maloney and Pete Dunn beat Mustache Mountain. I wonder what those four were doing on Saturday. Then we had Joel Allen and Mustache Mountain beat CCK of Chris Brooks and Kid Lykos and Shea Purser. So I guess Mustache Mountain did double duty. Except then, after the match, Joel Allen pinned Shea Purser, so he became the 24/7 champ. Only then, for the fucking referee, Warren, to pin Joel Allen, and he is currently, I'm aware, I think, I don't know exactly, the referee is the champion 24/7 title holder. Diego. On Point Wrestling, this is sort of a note rather than results, because basically, because of the weather being adverse in South Jersey, the 4th anniversary show got postponed to January the 22nd, so next weekend. Most of the matches are the same, but we'll go through that next week. I think they've had to make a change because Joey Janela's unavailable, so I think the match is now Leo Rush in his place. And then AAW, the tradition continues. There was a match on Facebook Live, because apparently this is now a thing, giving away free matches on Facebook. I love this shit. Although it won't happen at PWG, so boo. Colt Cabana beat Silas Young. So that was live on Facebook. Then we had Zachary Wentz beat Ace Perry. The Besties in the World beat the Hooligans. I think that was to retain the titles. I'm not sure. Jessica Havoc beat Ty Valkyrie. Nick Brubaker and CJ Esparza and Brett Kakaya beat Eric Cannon and the team of Spears and Beers. What? ACH retained the Heritage Belt against Jake Christ. Stephen Wolf beat Eddie Machete. Bucky Collins, Conor Braxton, and Cody Rice beat Paco Alonso, Lewis Linden, and Marion Fontaine. Then we had a match with Ray Phoenix beating Michael Elgin. Apparently, the commentator said it was one of the greatest wrestling matches ever held in LaSalle, Illinois. And it's also worth saying is it's really match of the year level. So if we don't classify New Japan as an indie, which it sort of really isn't because it's getting that global now, we might have a contender for match of the year on the indies, and it's January the 7th. Good. I have to make a note of these now. And then Sami Callihan beat John Morrison to retain with a stretch muffler. They're back next weekend as well in Chicago at the Bowen Eagles Club, I think. And then we'll be back to LaSalle for the other show on February the 4th, which is the night before the Super Bowl. So this weekend, Preston City Wrestling are doing 2 shows. Basically, they're going to be pre-shows to lead into the WWE stuff. They're going to be 3 p.m. start with a 5:30 finish on both nights. I think there are still a few tickets available for at Club Domain on the Promenade in Blackpool. All tickets are £5 for even the front row. Basically, it's only a few minutes walk over the road to actually see the show in the Winter Gardens Ballroom. So, you might as well make a day of it. An extra tenner. You'll probably see some good wrestling from PCW as well. Progress Wrestling, I guess, is to make sure that people can watch the network, are having an afternoon show at the O2 Academy in Birmingham this Sunday. Chapter 42, Life, the Universe, and Wrestling. I think there might have been a match added to this, but the matches that I've got at least noted down is Rampage Brown offering an open title challenge for his Atlas title in the women's title tournament thing, or, well, I can't remember the name of it, the MPS tournament. Livy Grace taking on Alex Windsor. The London Riots, James Davis and Rob Lynch face Ring Camp of Big Daddy Walter and Axel Dieter Jr. But yeah, the WXW people are invading. And also the South Pacific Power Trip of TK Cooper and Travis Banks with Dahlia Black take on Origin Banter Edition of Dave Mastiff and El Ligero. Jimmy Havoc will also be in attendance, apparently, to say something. I'm not sure what. PWX, the Road to Rise of a Champion, happening at the Gastonia, North Carolina Army National Guard building this Sunday afternoon. We've got Darius Lockhart, Tracer X, and Ace Austin in a triple threat. The Revolt versus the Bruiserweights versus OI4K in a tag team number 1 contenders triple threat match. James Drake defends the PWX ITV title versus Timothy Lee Retton. David Starr puts his WXW shotgun title on the line against Sami Callihan. So that's CZW all the way. Anthony Henry taking on Jason Cade. Ugly Ducklings face Scarlett and Graves. I'm not sure whether that's for belts or not, because Ugly Ducklings have the PWX belts and Scarlett and Graves have the CZW belts. I'm guessing no. Man Scout Jake Manning defends a PWX World title against Michael Elgin. On paper, that looks very one-sided. Freelance Wrestling this Friday, Fresh Poison 17. I don't know whether they're broadcasting this live on YouTube anymore. Probably not. They've probably got, I think it's like free. It's not free on pay-per-view, but they've got, I think, some sort of service where you can pay a small charge to see it live. There's a 6-man scramble, which probably will become something that isn't 6, with PKO, Ethan Page, Space Monkey. Sorry, I get excited by that name. Rob Mater, Jake Parnell, and Stephen Wolf. Shug D 1-on-1 with Darren Corbin. Craig Mitchell versus Michael Elgin. Stevie Fierce versus Eric Cannon. Chris Castro taking on Matt Cage. And then your 2 title matches, the freelance tag belts on the line with the M-Words defending it against Kobe Durst and Nick Brubaker. And GPA defends the freelance title against former champ Azoras Velasquez. We're having a rematch of that because that was very well received. CZW Awakening this Saturday at the Voorhees Flyer Skate Zone in New Jersey. Storm of Entrails, the team of Dan O'Hare and Schlack will be in action. David Starr will be also taking on somebody. I don't know if that's for the Shotgun title or not. Drew Blood faces Connor Claxton in a CZW rules match. When did CZW have rules, Owen?
It's been a while.
Tim Donst takes on Tony Deppen. Sammy Callahan faces Dave Christ. So that's an OI4K, not on the same page. Desmond Xavier and Zachary Wentz of Scarlet and Graves defend the tag belts against the Dub Boys, Dave McCall and Nate Carter. Joe Gacy will be defending the CGW World title against Ricky Shane Page. And also Matt Tremont will be speaking out about his actions at Cage of Death, his turn. Interestingly, he did tweet, he Instagrammed this. It said the plan the process began months ago, ... The burial of the bulldozer is this Saturday. So I don't know whether that means Tremont's retiring or the bulldozer name is going to be dead. It's going to be something else. And that's it. That's it for this week. But I've just noticed next week is going to be holy shit. Because if I have a quick look, just to give people a heads up, next week we've got New Japan because of the Fantastica Mania shows, because there's a few title matches there of note. We've got C4 Wrestling, we've got On Point Wrestling, we've got Rev Pro, AAW, Dragon Gate's having a Hurricane Hall show, AAA's having its big pay-per-view, and Alpha One and Destiny up in Canada, along with C4, are having some shows. Canada likes to have fun, apparently. But I just realized we haven't talked about everything because New Year's Dash time.
Yep, we're going to end tonight's show with a little New Japan Pro Wrestling, which it sounds like it's going to be
started with it last week. We end with it this week.
Yeah, we're going to probably start talking New Japan on the regular now. Basically, for all intents and purposes, New Year Dash is pretty much the Raw after WrestleMania. That's basically exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff has happened throughout the years. And of course, last year was when AJ got excommunicated from the Bullet Club, and so began the rise of Kenny Omega. So basically, it is a mystery card that you don't find out until day of. So we started out with a 6-man of Hinare, Jushin Thunder Liger, and Tiger Mask 4 were defeated by David Finlay, Kyle O'Reilly, and Ricochet. So Finlay roll into the Shooting Star Press. I like that. That was nice. And it was a solid 6-man kick off the show. Nothing big about it. It was just kind of there. It's worth noting that Finlay ran into the stands and hugged his mom. And also, yes, David Finlay was in the crowd. So yes, Finlay was there. So that was kind of cool. Tag action, the Bullet Club team of Hangman Page and Yujiro Takahashi defeating Billy Gunn and Yoshitatsu. Very interesting match. Tatsu lost to the Rite of Passage. And then after the match was over, Billy Gunn got into a fight with one of the young boys at ringside. I'm guessing it was one of the young lions. I don't know his name off the top of my head, but he had a massive stare down with this guy, and this guy was not backing down one bit.
You beat the fuck out of you.
Pretty much. So this leads to the next match, which is Chaos versus the Bullet Club. In this case, it's Roppongi Vice and Yoshihashi defeating Adam Cole and the Young Bucks. good stuff here. I love the camel clutch spot where you thought there was going to be like a drop kick from the Bucks, but no, they kissed Adam Cole on the cheek. I thought that was awesome. They set up the Meltzer driver, and that was cut off, but Adam Cole was going to do it, and he got stopped as well. Hot tag Rocky Romero, and he got taken out with super kicks. Yoshi got a small package on Adam Cole and got the win. So I have a feeling we're going to get Yoshihashi versus Adam Cole for the Ring of Honor Championship.
I don't know.
You don't do a finish. You don't do a finish like that unless you're building to something. I know it. I know it's New Year's Dash, but still, I think you're building to bringing in Yoshihashi over to America to have him work with Cole.
Yoshi. I was going to say because Yoshi's doing some Rev Pro stuff in the UK.
So that's all you
need.
Cole
isn't because of his. Adam Cole isn't, I think, because of his agreements and deals and whatever. So that sort of rules that out. Perhaps for one of the Japanese shows, he could.
I mean, it's either going to be one of the or it could be when maybe like the G1 matches in Long Beach is possible too.
I don't think Cole's going to be champion by then, though.
No, probably not. I think they'll have to do it quick because obviously I think Chris Daniels is taking the title off Cole. So, then we get Team 2000. Good God. Hiro Saito, Scott Norton, and Tenkoji, Hiroshi Tenzan, and Satoshi Kojima, teaming up with Cheeseburger to take on the Bullet Club team of Bad Luck Fale, Boner himself, the Bone Soldier, Tonga and Roa, the Girls of Destiny, and yes, Kenny Omega. Smartly, Omega really warmed. Yeah, pretty much. Scott Norton and Kenny Omega had an altercation at the beginning of the match. That was interesting. Norton threw Cheeseburger onto the Bullet Club. They caught him. They threw him back in the ring, Spike Dudley style. Kenny Omega was yelling at Bone Soldier, calling him Boner during the entire match, and he got pretty much decapitated by a Kojima lariat. So the cozy lariat finished the match, quite literally and figuratively. Then we get our next match, Kushida and Michael Elgin taking on the IWGP Junior Heavyweight Champion Hiromu Takahashi and the Intercontinental Champion Tetsuya Naito. This match got a lot of time. I actually like this match quite a lot. And basically Elgin and Naito went at it, and then the next thing you know, after a low kick from Naito and setting up for Destino, here comes Dragon Lee out of nowhere.
Yeah.
He German suplexes Naito, dives on Takahashi, and Elgin hits the Burning Hammer and gets the win. So, yeah, Elgin and Naito, I'm pretty sure, is being set up for very soon to refeud for the Intercontinental title. Dragon Lee came back. Obviously, we know about Lee and Takahashi in the past, so that has been brought to New Japan now. So, yay for everyone! Dragon Lee posed with the Junior Championship. Elgin posed with the IC title. Kushida gets in Dragon Lee's face, and he still wants the title back. And then we get the interesting thing.
Oh yeah. So it's Makabe Honma, Shibata Nagata, and Juice Robinson.
Yep.
Versus Okada, Goto, Yano, Ishii, and Ospreay.
Did you forget Yuji Nagata?
Probably. No, I think I said it. I just said the surnames.
Okay, fair point.
Makabe Honma, Shibata, Nagata, and Robinson.
Okay, I didn't hear you say Nagata. You're good. Continue.
So this was a pretty good match.
Yeah, it was.
It was good as much as it could be because nearly all of them were like dead from the night before.
Totally.
But the key fit, you see, it got interesting straight from the off because Juice Robinson pinned Hiroki Goto.
Yep.
And got the win. Probably the biggest win of his career outright.
And then he posed with the never open weight title too. So they're setting that up.
And he left. And,
Thankfully,
chaos
if
like
he
post in
didn't.
the ring. And then Tai Chi and Taka and Desperado and Izuka and Yoshinobu Kanemaru started running out. I was like, what? Okay. Suzuki Gun, I guess, are officially no longer in Noah.
Indeed.
And then the Killer Elite squad of Lance Archer and Davey Boy Smith join in. And everyone's dead, apart from one man. And that's John C. Okada.
Nice.
And he murders all of them with Rainmakers. And then from out of nowhere, Minoru Suzuki comes in. And straight up doesn't even murder him. He basically the equivalent of an atom bomb. There was nothing left. Just a mushroom cloud. I know that's wrong to say with the Japanese culture, but that's what basically he did. It was more than murder. I don't know what's next. Spontaneous combustion. I don't know.
This was insane, and the crowd was going nuts for it.
Well, because they thought they were coming, but they didn't think it'd be this soon and
Right.
in this manner. And Suzuki declared all the belts will come to the Suzuki Gun.
We'll get to that.
Holy shit. And then if it didn't get any more crazy, let's have a title match. The 6-man tag belts on the line with the new champs of Sanada, Evil, and Bushi taking on Tanahashi, Nakanishi, and Taguchi. And now we fucking realize why that match was so shit. They didn't want them to have the belts in the first place because we got new champs. Nakanishi hit the Hercules cutter on Bushi, so Tanahashi, Nakanishi, and Taguchi are 6-man tag champs. Sanada, Evil, and Bushi were transitional champions. Who knew? So, something I just want to note, because it's something that I forgot, because we need to promote the hell out of fucking PWG. Chuck Taylor just tweeted, I'm guessing to somebody that he knows, John, your team called Do It Yourself as a tag team that now works for a publicly traded company. John, this makes no sense.
Nice.
So something that happened on the E-Feds is real.
Yes.
Very good. Let me just get the tweets up. If I can find it. There we go. So, on top of this, New Japan announced this weekend the cards for the New Beginning shows that they're doing in Sapporo and Osaka on the 5th and 11th of February, respectively. I'll only run through the title matches for these cards, not like the filler matches beforehand, just for ease and time and all that. So Rocky Romero and Beretta will defend the junior tag belts against Taichi and Takumi Shinoku. Hiroki Goto defends the never open weight title against Juice Robinson. There'll be a freeway for the tag belts themselves as Ishii and Yano defend against Makabe and Honma and Lance Archer and Davey Boy Smith Jr. And then Sapporo gets Okada versus Suzuki. I don't know what's going to happen there, honestly.
We'll see.
And then for the Osaka show, we're going to have a rematch for the 6-man tag belts with Tanahashi, Nakanishi, and Taguchi defending against former champs Sanada, Evil, and Bushi. There's also going to be a special singles match with Shibata versus Will Ospreay, which, depending on what happens on the Rev Pro show in the next week or so, I think it's that one, or is it Southside? No, it would be the Rev Pro because that's the British title. That could be for the British heavyweight title in New Japan with a guy that's over like Will Ospreay, which even if he wins, the crowd might mark out. I love it. Then we're having a rematch again of the tag belts. The thing is, it says the notes from the actual website from New Japan say depending on the outcome of the February 5th, except it's Ishii and Yano versus Makabe and Honma versus Archer and Davey Boy Smith Jr. So it's the same three. So I don't know. Huh? We've got the Takahashi versus Dragon Lee match. Oh my fucking god. I'm gonna have to stay up for that one. Hopefully I can. It's a Saturday, so I guess I should be able to. And the main event for that show will be Naito defending against Elgin for the Intercontinental title. PWG, before I forget, because I did. The show is entitled Only Kings Understand Each Other, so we're stealing lines from Boardwalk Empire this time. Officially on the card, Leo Rush will be making his debut to take on Ricochet. What the fuck? That was the first match they announced as well. Jay White making his PWG debut against Marty Scurll. Ray Phoenix one-on-one with Trent. Jeff Cobb and Matt Riddle face the unbreakable fucking machines of Cage and Elgin. Cody takes on Trevor Lee. The debuting, and I'm surprised to see that it's the debut for OI4K. So yeah, the Chris brothers are finally in PWG, and they'll be teaming up with Sami Callihan to take on the Super Click, as they're calling it now. So I guess Mount Rushmore's dead. Thanks, Super Dragon. Thanks for the warning. So Super Click of Adam Cole and the Young Bucks. And the main event, Chuck Taylor takes on Zack Sabre Jr. for Zack's PWG World title. Will it fucking happen? Will it actually fucking happen? What a shame that Chris Hero will never be able to work on a PWG show again until he gets kicked out again for being too fat.
So the last bit of news we have before we end, Access TV is going to be showing Wrestle Kingdom for the next 4 weeks. So Okada and Omega is going to be tonight on January 20th. Yeah, just one show because the match is 48 minutes long. So yes. So January 20th will be Naito and Tanahashi for the Intercontinental title, and the Guerrillas Destiny versus Chaos versus Great Bash Heel for the tag belts. I don't know how well that match is going to go off, given the fact that it's going to have to be edited with language. Yep. January 27th, the Never Openweight 6-man tag title change will take place with Finlay, Ricochet, and Kojima versus LIJ, Bullet Club, and Chaos. And the Never Openweight title, Shibata against Goto. February 3rd will air Cody and Juice Robinson, the Bucks against Roppongi Vice for the junior tag belts, and the junior title, Kushida against Hiromu Takahashi. That's the show.
Yep.
So, that's going to be our show for tonight. Wrestling fans, join us again on Monday for Raw. And yay. We're back here next Wednesday night at 9 p.m. for the Wednesday Wrestling Popcast, talking Smackdown.
Does that mean the Raw show is going to get hijacked and just have us gush about the UK Championship thing?
Oh, yeah, we will be discussing the UK Championship before we talk about Raw on Monday.
Yeah.
Back on Wednesday, SmackDown 205, TNA, UFC, What Culture, NXT, Ring of Honor, New Japan Pro Wrestling, and all the news and rumors from the wrestling world. So all that's going to be covered a week from tonight on the Wednesday Wrestling Podcast. Quick programming note, Sip and Snack should be up later tonight, and also on Friday, AJ's Movie Reviews is the long-awaited best film of 2016, in my personal opinion. That is La La Land, along with Lion, Patriots Day, and Live by Night. On Saturday.
6 stars.
Oh, God, yes. 6 stars without a doubt. Live by Night, and that means also on Saturday will be the 2017 movies of Monster Trucks, The Bye-Bye Man, and Sleepless. Sunday is Versus, and we're gonna bring up a little bit of football, so that's gonna be your Versus. Damon with Ash should return on Monday, and Raw on Tuesday night, and of course that's Monday at 11:30 p.m. Well, close to it. And Wednesday, of course, back here for the Wednesday Wrestling Podcast, 9 o'clock. Thursday is another Sip and Snack, and Friday back to AJ's Movie Reviews, Triple X, and Split. Hopefully more stuff other than that. We will be having predictions on the Guild soon, predictions on the BAFTA soon, predictions on the Oscars. After everything goes down, we will do live reactions, Oscar Day, so that's going to be fun, and then we'll talk about it. So a lot of awards content. John Murdy's talking about the first 2 houses for Halloween Horror Nights in Hollywood. Most likely going to be shares if they're what I think they are. So, yeah, I could shine a light on that, but I think the time isn't there yet. And you never know what kind of horror is coming your way. So I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens with that. Anyway, at any rate, Ashley, where can we find you on social media?
Find me on Twitter at Ashes My Name UK. There probably will be I guess the 2017 preview will get ditched, mainly because I've just realized that about 24 hours from now, we've got the Nintendo Switch reveal. So we might get a release date and or price and or people going, ugh, or whoa, or something in between. Who knows? See, secretly, I'm hoping it goes completely tits up, hose down, West Side. That's what I'm doing after Impact. Also, Cody just tweeted tonight was eventful.
Indeed. So, follow me on Twitter at Suro and Disney. Follow the network at Popcast Network. Check out our merch at Zazzle. Check out our Patreon at Popcast Network. Check out our Facebook fan page. Close to 200 views. Thank you very much for doing that, liking that page almost 200 times. We really appreciate that. Thank you to Pedro and Jeremy in chat. And that's your show. So, as always, in a world where there are a billion wrestling podcasts, we're very pleased that once more tonight you have chosen a podcast. I'll thank everyone for watching. Thanks, everyone, for listening. And until tomorrow, boys and girls, that's all we got to say about that.
Do we need to go to Sherry's Berries now?